redemption, but a chance to do it in a city that means a whole lot to him. It does, and he's had a very tough year this year against the Seattle Mariners. Savannah's number. They scored some runs. They won a few games. What's going on, everybody? John out here with you. It is my goodness, October 10th, 2025, as I'm all over myself. This is going to be Game 5 of the ALDS. Again, every time they talk about it on Fox, against the Mariners, Terry Skubal 0-2, 458, 119 whip. They keep hammering that nail when I have to wonder at some point if things are going to change. For the Seattle Mariners, they are 2-2. It's a do and die at this point. Either way, one of these teams is going home. For Dan Wilson, it's Randy Arozarena. He'll play left field. Cal Raleigh will catch. Bat second, Julio Rodriguez will stay in the third spot. He's had a tough series. He'll play center field. Jorge Polanco plays second base. Eugenio Suarez moves up in the order to fifth. He'll play third. Josh Naylor at first. He'll bat left. And then Mitch Garver will be added into this lineup. The righty bat will be another one for Skubal off the difference of handedness with Victor Robles, and then J.P. Crawford is 5 for 8 against Tarek Skubal, so no reason for him to change any spot other than ninth. It'll be Harry Ford, Dom Canzone, Ben Williamson, Leo Rivas, and Luke Raleigh as the extras for the M's. The starter will be George Kirby. For the Tigers, bench boss AJ Hinch. It sounds like this: 87-75. They are 4-3 in the postseason so far. Again, they are up against it as well. Either one of these teams win today, they move on to play the Toronto Blue Jays. They will host at Rogers Center. If not, again, one of these goes home. That's what's at stake. It was a pair of 3-2 games at T-Mobile Park that the Tigers had started, then Seattle split. Seattle won the first at Comerica 8-4. Before the Tigers battled back and won 9-3. To lead off, it's Kerry Carpenter to play right field. Gleyber Torres at second, batting second. Raleigh Green and left field batting third. Spencer Torkelson at first. Cole Keith will be the DH today. He'll bat fifth. Zach McKinstry at third base. 7, 8, 9 sounds like this. Dylan Dingler will catch. Parker Meadows in center field. And Javier Baez will be the shortstop of record. Starter on the mound today for the Tigers will be Tarek Skubal. The 28-year-old did not have the same win-loss record as last year at 13-6, 2.21 ERA, .89 WHIP are higher numbers than last year, so he probably still will win the Cy Young back-to-back. Who do you got today? That's my lead-in for this pregame. About 5 more minutes, we'll get started. Again, it's either my best friend Cooper Hopkins moves on to advance to the Toronto Blue Jays, or my hometown team advances to move on to play the Toronto Blue Jays. So no voodoo dolls here. We'll just see what we get. This one should be a lot of fun. It should be a nail-biter as well. If you're expecting another 3-2, 4-3 type of game, I think that's probably what we'll get more so than the smorgasbord that was at Comerica Park of 8-4, 9-3. But enough rambling for me. We'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll start it. A couple more minutes before we get started here. This will be on the local side on Fox. As we will get settled in a couple of minutes, I just updated on the MLB RotoWire that Alan Porter is going to be calling balls and strikes.
It's a beautiful 61 degrees in Seattle, and the roof is closed as we're getting set here at T-Mobile Park. Again, I gave you the starting lineups, the starters, everything across, and what is at stake. The update for you on the official recorder's side is Alan Porter is going to be calling balls and strikes in today's game. What's on the line? Again, no hockey games on the docket today, so Tigers or Mariners will move on to play the Toronto Blue Jays. The hashtag won it all. Against Eric Skubal in the ALDS Game 5 against Cleveland, he was terrific. But in Seattle so far on the Game 2 side and his starts throughout the regular season, he's been the reigning Cy Young that has been getting hit up a little bit against the M's. But when it is time to show all those cards and lay them on the table, I would have to go with number 29. We know that the Mariners have the better lineup. That is not going to ever be argued in the mix between Cooper Hopkins or myself. And if Cooper is listening in, I know it'd probably be hard for him to call this game as we would try to be straight down the middle as much as we can. But both of us are going to be excited, even though one of our teams is going to go home today. Well, what do you really think? Again, it's not much of a YouTube question I have to ask, but somebody's going to move on to play the Blue Jays. Who are you going to take? Because you never know what's going to happen here. If the Tigers don't advance, Derek Skubal might not be a member of the Detroit Tigers at the deadline next year, maybe even in an off season. So there's a lot to think about. George Kirby going to start to take the mound. Fastball, slider, sinker, curve, and split is his mix. But that curve and split toward the end is probably the ones that'll be the secondary that you won't guess for as much. But George Kirby, last time we saw him in Game 1 in this series, he was topping at 100. Fastball is a little bit high. Kerry Carpenter was able to get to that in a big inning, and that was the no doubt shot that we got from the camera ends of the up cam that forced him a little bit high, and he went and got it. And that was the difference in the game before Zach McKinstry won it in extras. Seattle won the next two before the Tigers had to hold serve and at least split at Comerica Park. But Paul George Kirby starts many, many times, and I do think, alongside Dan Wilson, even if George Kirby has an outing where he gives up maybe 3 or 4, they could easily go to Luis Castillo. But as it is between Tarek and George, I believe in both of these guys. I like watching both of them pitch. They're excellent starters. They have high velocity. And when you have that good defense behind you in the Seattle Mariners, I really don't think George Kirby has much to worry about as long as he follows the game plan with Cal Raleigh and does what he normally does. So here we go. We're going to get set for first pitch. Make sure you get your bets in on who's going to win this one. I am just going to be happy when it's all over, I think, because it's going to be a bundle of nerves all the way through. Kerry Carpenter gets set to dig in. Pitch number 1 is a slider that splits the plate. That was right in the honey hole, but Kerry Carpenter will take it for a strike. Again, 5 for 11 against George is Kerry. All tanks. Probably should have swung at that one. 86. This will be off the glove of J.P. Crawford. And Kerry Carpenter is going to reach first base. So the home run streak is broken, but the on-base streak is not. He leads with the first batter of the game at first off the glove of J.P. He made a good lunge for it, but this second pitch, another breaking ball, caught too much of the plate. And J.P. Crawford did as much as he could. That was a wicked hop that went off the front of his glove. And Kerry has the first single of the ball game as JP's already got a dirty jersey. Leave it up to Gleyber Torres. Not one of the guys that swings and misses very often. as 97 will be followed straight back and amongst the plate. 256 average in 145 games for Glaber, just 101 swings and misses in terms of the strikeouts. And from what you have for the Tigers, they are very susceptible to that. Glaber's got to get back the ball skills. He shows bunt, and this one is a strike. It was a friendly call that Cal Holly was able to frame. But if I would say you would see that again for Gleyber Torres, I'd have to mark no. But maybe AJ Hinch going to pull off the stops in this do or die game 5. Winner goes to the ALCS. 0-2 count against Gleyber. High, and that one is called the upper reaches of the strike zone. And Gleyber Torres has some words for Alan Port. It looks like a civil discussion, but that one was a tad high. Maybe we will get the same strike zone that we saw from game 1. It was an off-speed pitch. It looked like Cal didn't even have to frame it. He just got the chance to get the call. Didn't move it all that much. And Gleyber doesn't like it, but he's going to sit down. They'll leave it up to Riley Green. This should be an easy double play. That's what Riley Green does with runners on base, but no. Not able to get that off the glove there is J.P. Crawford. So I wouldn't say a rough outing for him on the defensive side to start, but still just the runner swapped as Carey will be out at second. Riley will be at first. And I'll leave it up to Spencer Torkelson on the fielder's choice. So just a single for Kerry Carpenter. Gleyber Torres punches out. Spencer Torkelson 6 for 26 in the postseason with 6 RBI, no home run. It'd be nice to get one of those for Torque. 231 average. 98. That one just outside from a width and a half. Again, it's more of a translucent box from Fox. You would like to see a little more white in that background. It'd be easy to call that, even as close as I am to this TV. It's still hard to see that box score, even with the 4 eyes. As this is 89, and that'll be in the upper reaches with a knuckle curve. And Kirby backs off Torkelson, makes it 1-1. As you get a camera shot of AJ Hinch as he looks on Spencer Torkelson, big, deep breath. 1-1 count. Pitch number 9. 89 will be followed off the end of the back, straight amongst the catcher's side. 1-2. Tigers down to their final strike of the first. As George Kirby's trying to get this first inning done unblemished, just giving up a single and no more. This crowd is going to be hungry again. They haven't seen a Mariners team like this since 2001, so it's certainly been a while. Torkelson waiting on the 1-2. He swings and misses. Kirby 98, no chance. We'll go bottom 1. We're scoreless.
Whoever said work smarter, harder, didn't realize you could do both.
Who's ready for a deal? Now you can order a footlong in the Subway app and get another for just $1. That's right, Subway MVP Rewards members. All for just $1. Get your favorite sub.
It's kind of peculiar that the NHL does not have any games scheduled on this Friday. Again, not much to compete against. I don't really think anyone's going to be, no disrespect, watching the NBA Finals or WNBA Finals over this Tigers ALDS Game 5. But there is only one game on the docket for baseball. So not much sports here going on this Friday night. Again, we got a lot of Mariners fans, I would imagine, in here. Again, those have been the notes that I've been seeing. I don't blame you guys across because it's kind of been over the last several years for the Detroit Lions before they turned relevant, that there would be a lot of votes for them there. And now for Seattle, it's been a long time since the postseason stuff, so there's a lot of hungry fans. I don't blame any of you. I'm just hoping, this is just my bias here, if Seattle, and no disrespect to the Canadian friends, if they advance to get the Tigers, they better get to the World Series. Because if I see Seattle lose in the next round, then nobody wins at that point. So Edgar Martinez, part of the hitting directory and strategy for Seattle. Again, he's got his number retired. We did cover the game when Ichiro had his number retired this year when they got the win against the Tampa Bay Rays. And you got that platinum chain there for Randy Arozarena as he gets set to dig in against the Seattle University prospect Tarek Skubal at one time, but now he's 28 years of age. And he might be entering his final season with the Tigers. 97 on a fastball. Again, dead center. That's how George Kirby started against Terry Carpenter. That's very dangerous. You want to just expect the first obligatory take. 0-1. High on a fastball. Did he go? First base umpire says no. That was awfully close. The 2020 American League Championship Series MVP with Tampa. And that was pretty much Mr. October here for Randy Arozarena. Although Derek Jeter's got Mr. November. Off the end of the bat, Skubal throws it. That is a heck of a dig for Torkelson. That would have went down into right field. That was a poor throw for Tarek Skubal. And yet, Spencer Torkelson bailed him out. So you will take that. Again, Tork's not incredibly steady at the first base glove, although some Detroit fans would like to say he is. I don't think so. I'm a Detroit fan myself, but he definitely bailed his team out there from Tarek's throw. Cal Raleigh. If you count the postseason, it's 61 home runs, 60 in the regular season. One of the candidates was eliminated for MVP, and Aaron Judge. Still got one more remaining. Cal, curveball, not close. Make it 1-0 toward the back foot as they get another camera shot of this. And Torque, this throw was low. This was going to sail on him. He sees this go toward the dirt and the bag, and he gets the glove on it. That's excellent work for Torque. 1-0. Way high on a fastball. We'll see if Skubal normally never walks anybody, but does he even want to challenge Cal is the question. 2-0. So again, it's just 33 walks in 195 innings of work. 99, none of these close. You might as well just put the sign on and not have to have Tarek throw another bullet. But he doesn't even seem particularly interested. Again, he leads with the changeup fastball. That's 61% of the time in the mix of it. And how is he going to get back into here? That is 98 on the inside black. And we'll put away for Raleigh to take a couple steps and dig back in. 3-1. We're scoreless here. 1 out in the bottom of the first for Seattle at T-Mobile Park. 99 in toward the hands. And we'll keep it going now at a full count. If he had a little more leverage toward the left, he probably could have slammed that toward the left field foul pole. But it's 3-2. Skubal's pitch count looks like it's going to be a little bit higher than George Kirby, who got it done within 10. He'll be at 9 now, with 1 out at the bottom of the first. Tarek Skubal is probably going to have his leash unchained here, I would imagine. 99 again. And he went up and got that one. He had power leverage. This time, normally for Cal, it doesn't look like he has to swing all that hard. He was going for the downs on the last 2 pitches. He's hitting 438 right now in the postseason. And he means business. 3-2 again. 89, and this will be a solid single for Cal as Riley Green will have to play it on a roll. So Cal reaches first base. Tarek Skubal not in trouble yet. But again, those numbers have been talked about. Well, in Seattle, Dan Wilson said we've got the Skubal a few times if we can get to him again. And I imagine the Tigers, I didn't see it in the open, but would have to use that as bulletin board material. 23 strikeouts and 2 starts this postseason, leads in Major League Baseball. Julio Rodriguez needs to get going. 91 on a slider. on the left side of the black, make it 0-1 against Julio. Again, he can steal bases. He's hitting 310 games against the Tigers, 4 bombs, 10 RBI, but not in this series. It's just in the regular season, really. 99, no chance, way late on a fastball he never was going to get on. 0-2. This will get set to dig back in. There was a game the other night at Comerica where Rodriguez punched out 4 times. Cal can run if he wants to, but it's 0-2 against J-Rod. Sarah trying to put him away, and he'll do so. Pitiful at bat for Julio. He's had a tough time over the last couple of games. I think that's 5 strikeouts in his last 6 at-bats. And then we'll leave it up to the former Twin. And Tarek's got to be careful here because Jorge Polanco's hitting over 300 against him. And he's hit 4 tanks against Tarek as well. So this will be the one guy you can't let beat you if you're Tarek. Pitch number 14. 97. Ball goes right after Tarek Skubal and straight back in amongst the screens. So Polanco not messing around. Again, in the postseason, hitting just 188, but all those numbers against Tarek Skubal is why he's hitting 188. 310 in the regular and postseason against Tarek with 3 tanks at least. 0-1. Cal still at first with his single. Kerry Carpenter had one in the first. 89. And this is fouled off a little early on that changeup. Make it 0-2. See if Tarek can finish it off right now. This would be pitch number 16. You don't want to have too many long innings against Seattle because you kind of need him to go 7 innings, at least 6, 7 before you go into that bullpen. That's what AJ would want, but you got to win the game. 0-2. 100 on a fastball, nothing to think about. But it's the first time we've seen the Seattle University man throw triple digits. Against lefties, 305 and 105 at-bats. And not a ton of power, but really good average. 1-2. 99 again, followed straight back. We're not even getting any of these shots as far as the outfield. There's nothing to think about. And Tarek Skubal locked in a battle with Polanco. The main thing for him, even if he doesn't come through, drive that pitch count up. You want to win whatever you can in the first, even if you don't score runs. 1-2 for the 3rd straight time. Swing and a miss on a changeup. Tarek Skubal does his job, and we will go to the 2nd inning. We're scoreless.
We were returning home, and one of the flight attendants asked Ross if he wanted to see the flight deck, and we kept it Andrew.
I got to sit in the driver's seat. Looks so cool.
I grew up in an aviation family, and seeing Ross kind of reminded me of myself when I was that age. He was fearless, he was confident.
We are scoreless after 1. A couple of punch outs on both sides for Kirby and Skubal. You guys let me know how you see this game. Leave comments in the section below. I will take you through the complete play-by-play. I think it's going to be a solo effort because Alec is stuck with college midterms, and I'm sure Cooper Hopkins is watching this somewhere where he can meditate. I'm the one bringing you the play-by-play regardless. Again, I know we have our love of the Calgary Flames that we can share together, but at the same time, this is also our hometown teams now, between the Detroit Tigers for myself and the Seattle Mariners for him. So I imagine that's why it's going to be a solo call for me today, but I appreciate you guys joining me nonetheless. And it's funny, every time you see these camera shots now, when they talk about the Pacific Northwest and the Emerald City, I was there last year with Cooper Hopkins. Again, it'd be another month and a few days for this toward his birthday side. But now you get a chance to watch our two teams go up against each other, and that's just amazing when you think about it. Colt Keith will be a single. Could have been right up the middle, but J.P. Crawford will cut it off. He was well positioned, a little bit shifted towards Kirby straight up the middle, and Colt Keith would have had one, but Crawford cuts it off, throws it at first, and Dan Wilson's squad gets the first out of the second. 111 and 85 is the Mariners manager, 2025 AL West title, and they're hungry for more, as they should be. When you think about Jerry DiPoto and the job that he's done bringing in over Naylor and Suarez, Caleb Ferguson, there's a lot to like. The 1 through 9 is deadly. The starters are deadly, and you still got Munoz in the back end of that bullpen and Gabe Spire. I know they've been overused and got cooked a little bit the other day at Comerica Park, but you're going to see them back out there if needed. Zach McKinstry takes 87 on a slider. That's right down the middle. I'm not sure what he's waiting for. Make it 0-2. Kirby is going right after the Tigers hitters and challenging him. You've got the swing. Colt Keith had the right idea. Let's see if the Central Michigan product Zach McKinstry can do the same. 0-2, 88 slider and a good hold there from McKinstry, make it 1-2. That could have buckled him. It's only going to be pitch number 15 for Kirby, because he's been swinging through. Considering how I use the bullpen's been, you still got Luis Castillo on hand. 87 breaking ball, nice stab by Polanco, throws the first. Naylor with an extra step. He will get to the bag. Quickly 2 up, 2 down here for the Tigers in the top of the second. Dylan Dingler will be the last hope as we get to the 7, 8, 9 part of the order, as we're still early, but a couple of good defensive gems for Crawford and Polanco. Who says that Jorge Polanco can't play good second base? I've seen him doing that a lot in the AL Central with the Twins. The Ohio State product, Dylan Dingler, again at 88. This one is right in the honey hole, and the Tigers don't swing. I think they're being a little too selective. I know George Kirby's pitch count's in beautiful shape, just 16. He's got 5 outs. 88. This is right to JP, and that'll go quietly for the Tigers. My goodness. They made contact with all of them, but 2 to JP and 1 to Jorge. We'll go bottom second, scoreless.
You can't see the nation's fastest internet wireless network, but you rely on it every day. You can't see the nearly 2.5 million connected businesses, but they fuel growth. And you can't see the interconnectivity of 28,000 public safety teams, but they protect us. So while they shout and make promises they can't keep, AT&T continues building a network that's dependable enough to guarantee. Chevy makes America's most dependable trucks, like the rugged Colorado, the highly capable Silverado 1500, the powerful Silverado XD, and the uncompromising Silverado EV. With the off-road ready Trail Boss family, dependability comes standard. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Want the fastest working GLP-1 for half the price? Roe now offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper, so you can see weight loss results faster. Lose 20% of your weight with the formula that hits not 1, but 2 hormones for less hunger and faster results. Weight loss faster, confidence higher, price cheaper. See if you qualify at roe.co/TV.
Have some, Grandma?
Can I have your news?
Sure.
Commit to the schedule. Keep eating.
It's right here now.
Best day ever.
Commit to the rainbow. Taste the rainbow. Gillette Lens is just a fancy-looking Fusion 5. It's Gillette's best shave, and its ultra-sharp blades last 50% longer. Hey, Joe, help me on my cheeks. Dad, Gillette.
The best the man can get keeps getting better.
Drop whatever you're doing right now. The Wendy's $8 JBC meal deal is here. That's 2 junior bacon cheeseburgers, medium fries, and a medium drink. So you better be on your way. Bacon waits for no one. The #1 deal for the #1 bacon cheeseburger, gotta be Wendy's.
I'm Dave Davis is legal eating at Liberty Mutual. We'll save you hundreds by customizing your car insurance. And his favorite dog is the gentleman under the security guard.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 Liberty. At IHG Hotels and Resorts, make something your own. Or make it entrance. Stick to the agenda. Or experience something unexpected. With IHG's 20 hotel brands, you can guess how you guessed.
Tigers went quietly at the top of the second, and now Scoble has to try to hang another 0. They're still scoreless here, waiting for the first run at T-Mobile Park. Downtown Seattle, Washington. John here with you on the call. It's 0-1 against Eugenio Suarez, and then 98, a little bit late there for Gino, the former Tiger. Only had a cup of coffee here before he got traded to the Cincinnati Reds. I really wanted him back on the deadline side, but he went to Seattle, 88 in his second tour of duty. This one misses just off the plate at 1-2. Again, disregard some of those numbers for Gino when he went to Seattle on the second tour, because he's got a ton of tanks as well. 90, not close, and Tarek Skubal able to get the swing and the miss. It's the third of the game for Tarek. But 159 games for Gino, 49 home runs. He's got 59 in the postseason with Cal Raleigh, 61. His average hasn't been all that great, and the power numbers are still there. You got Josh Naylor moved to the 6th spot because Tarek is the lefty, and then Mitch Garver is the added righty at 7 instead of Dom Canzone. That's your only really adjustment of the day. 99 will be sent straight back again down the left field line. 3 for 17 is Josh Naylor in this postseason. Does not have a home run, but he has the propensity to have some fun because he did that at the Tigers' expense before with the Guardians. 98, Dylan Dingler can't frame it. That one was a little high and correctly called by Alan Porter behind the plate. 1-1. This will be Scooble's 25th pitch of the ball game. You would have to think at least 6 or more. 91 toward the hands. Again, these camera shots that we're getting are not showing any of the infielders or outfielders moving. They're just focusing on the plate between these two. That's what Fox selected to do in the ALDS. The only person on the panel that I saw that picked the Tigers was Derek Jeter. I have to imagine, even though I played for the Yankees, the Farmington, Michigan man wanted to get a little bit for the hometown team, but we'll see. It is Tarek Skubal on the mound. Dan Wilson likes his chances, he says. 1-2. 93, and they'll follow it off the plate on the left field line, and we'll keep it going. Very good at challenging pitchers is Josh Naylor by fighting off pitches that are way off the plate, and Tarek Skubal doesn't want to walk anybody. So sometimes you could see Josh Naylor get into these 10-pitch battles. This is only pitch number 5 right now, but 1-2 again. 100 off the loop, and Riley Green is not hustling toward this corner. No, he didn't play the role well. My God, Riley, what are we doing? It is a double for Naylor. It might have been an obligatory double nonetheless, but he looked like he was in no hurry. And other than Riley Green having the home run in Game 4, he's kind of had the most miserable postseason of all the Tigers. But this one's way off the plate, probably about 3 inches, and he still lofts it down the left field line. And then Riley Green thought it was going to roll back to him faster to the left field line, but he kind of just looked like he was hopping stones across the pond. So Mitch Garver, former Texas Ranger, is set to dig in here, 99 and toward the hands, and that'll back away Garver, make it 1-0. So Josh Naylor, we talked about, he's got over 30 bags, not a ton of speed. It's not piano speed, but he's a threat to steal at all times. And Skubal's got to be careful. 1-0. Big swing and a miss on a changeup. He wanted the fastball, got the off speed. 1-1, and that was a little bit up middle. 1-4 postseason so far. So about 250. Not much sample size just yet. Doesn't throw a lot of knuckle curves, but we'll see if he throws a yellow hammer. He takes off, and Naylor's got the steal. We just talked about it. It looks like the Tigers fell asleep on their scouting report. You know, Josh Naylor loves to go. He takes 90 feet, and all Garver's got to do now is get a ball deep in toward the outfield, and that's going to score the first one of the ball game. He had a look like an 8-step lead. He shuffled his feet 3 other times and then got the steal. And Tarek Skubal paid no attention to him. We just talked about it. We know about all the numbers. So that's just very poor on the Tigers side. Springfield's second slowest, but he's got 31 stolen bases now if you count that postseason. 2-1. 90. Swing and a miss on a changeup. He's wanting the fastball, but he keeps getting the off speed. Last one was at 87. This one at 90. Tarek Skubal's at the point in the second where he's got to strand this runner. And I hate to say it like that so early, but I mean, Naylor's doing his job. You got to give him credit. 99, and this will do it. This is going to score the run. Parker Meadows. And that is all Naylor scoring that run. And if you're Seattle, you sign into a lifetime contract because even that one run could put you into the ALCS. And that's not a joke for me to say it. He single-handedly got Seattle that run. He scored on a pitch, way off the plate from about 4 feet. I've seen him do it with the Guardians millions of times against the Tigers. So when I see that man's face, it gives me heartburn. But you know what it is? You get that, then you get over to third yourself, and you score that run with a deep fly ball. That's academic. That's how you get it done. We'll see if the Tigers can answer. But now you got to get the last out against Victor Robles, 99. And all of these are being fouled straight back. It keeps driving up Tarek Skubal's pitch count. It makes me feel worse and worse after every throw. But, I mean, this is ridiculous when you see the camera shot. He's got 7-step lead and then gets a chance for nobody to throw over. Tarek never paid attention to him. And now he's already scored the first run in Seattle and Josh Naylor. Victor Robles 1 for 10. You got to put the stop sign up here as Naylor is enjoying himself as he should. 100 toward the kitchen. And we keep it going. Seattle's done a wonderful job in this game so far, just driving up the pitch count. They've scored first every game in this series. They're 87-49 teams all time that win in a winner-take-all, and Seattle's on the front foot. Swing and a miss on a changeup, the go-to pitch, but doesn't matter. Seattle scores first. Tigers, they're in trouble right now, and we'll see what we can do as we start the third. Josh Naylor, all credit to you, sir. 1-0 M's. If there are any Tigers fans that are watching across this YouTube stream, you can throw me some sanity if you would like. You tell me if I'm talking on a turn, but that's a huge run. That might be the way that it's been in Seattle. You have a pair of 3-2 games. That could be the only run of the ball game, maybe 2-1, something like that. And it was all manufactured by Naylor.
With 12 grams of protein in every serving, Quaker Protein Instant Oat is there for active minds. Friendly competition. Now big moves. Quaker. Good.
Your home is your happy place until you come back to bad odors. Use Febreze Plug-In. It has a microchip that alternates between 2 scents to fight odors and provides freshness for up to 50 days. Try Febreze Plug.
Struck out with the James East. Important things aren't worth compromising. As long as we have the most quality insurance and great savings. Take my
season's over, and the stage is set.
Let me put it to you like this for anyone that's in here, and I'm going to try to save the voice because it's a solo call. It's one thing if you're the Philadelphia Phillies, I guess, and get eliminated early to the Dodgers because you have the aspirations. And you could say for the Tigers, they're not good enough to be here, and I would probably agree with that. But at the same time, the thing that gets me frustrated is when you see those runs scored that shouldn't even be scored. And when you're playing that type of baseball, you deserve to lose. And again, I'm saying this as we're starting the third inning. So Parker Meadows waiting on the 0-1, quickly make it 0-2. George Kirby is cruising with a capital C and an exclamation point here. It's 19 pitches only thrown. Parker Meadows 0-2 in the 8-hole. Tigers down 1-0 on the sac fly scored by Garber, then scored Naylor. He got a double on a pitch that was 4 inches off the plate to the left. Smoked it for a double. Green did not get it in quickly. And then Skubal didn't throw over to third when Naylor had about a 7-step lead. That was just miserable baseball by Detroit. And now we'll see what happens on a knuckle curve that misses 1-2. Man, it would be nice to see Parker Meadows come alive because he is the Tigers' fastest base runner. If it was anything from last year, he was part of the ideal magic when the Tigers won a regular season game against them in Seattle. And then he made a diving catch at the wall. But that Parker Meadows from last year looks to be gone. He's just in that same body, but they need him badly. Javier Baez is still on this roster. He's been the Tigers' best hitter. After the first 3 seasons, after signing that contract from Avila, he's finally been healthy and played well. 97 does not offer, make it 2-2 as Parker trying to work his way back into this at-bat. Tigers still have time, but you just wonder with the lack of run scoring, they broke out a little bit at Comerica Park, but is it going to transfer? 88. This is right towards Naylor, doing himself, I guess. His jersey is going to need a lot of OxyClean, but he is the MVP of this game right now. And it's 1 up, 1 down to start the third. Tigers, Mariners, or Blue Jays. Again, Blue Jays, we know. That will start Sunday at 7. I am not going to cover that game 1. I'm going to take it a little bit easy on Sunday as I have some stuff I got to take care of tomorrow. But we will start again next week. And if it is the M's, I won't say begrudgingly because then I can feel like I got a weight off my shoulder with the Tigers eliminated. As 87 on a slider up toward the kitchen of Javi. Make it 0-1. 9 for 26 in the postseason, 1 tank, 5 RBI, and 870 OPS. He's been the one guy with Kerry Carpenter at the 9-1 spot that you feel good about. Javi was 126 games played in the regular season, 257 average. Only pitch number 25 for Kirby. Another 96 towards the hands, followed straight back. This time he got a piece of it, but it's 0-2. George Kirby has 7 outs. He's only thrown 25 pitches, and you still have Luis Castillo if you need it. I don't think Dan Wilson's going to go to his bullpen. They've been heavily taxed, except for Munoz. 0-2, and that's that slider bay he's been swinging at over the last 3 years. Never close. Tigers punch out. And even in the top third with 2 outs, you just have a sinking feeling in your stomach. If you're a Tigers fan and you are on top of the world, if you're a fan of the M's. Because it just looks like those at-bats that we've been watching. And I'm only saying it because the 14.5 game collapse in terms of the division, the Tigers just have not put together good at-bats. Carpenter. This one in toward his hands for the first base line, and we'll do it again. He started the game with a single, but after that it was 8 straight outs. 3 strikeouts, 5 groundouts, no flyouts. First pitch strike to every hitter but Torque. 214 average in the post for Carey. And they need his at-bat to continue against George. He's got 6 hits, 5 home runs. 88, and he'll do it again. He loves George Kirby. Can we just get Kerry Carpenter to be up to the bat rack every time? And then we'll get a ghost runner? That's what the Tigers fans are saying. He's 2 for 2 with 2 singles. Gleyber Torres will be due up next with his 2 outs in the 3rd. You just got to keep it going somehow. Forget that there's 2 outs on that bottom of the moniker and put some solid at-bats together. Just get to Kirby. It's the same thing. The Seattle Mariners were able to get the schoolboy even if it was only a blemish, and Josh Naylor is doing, but you got to do the same. 89 on a slider. That was right down the middle. It was a little early. 0-1 is Gleyber with a strikeout in the 1st. That's not something he does very often, so hopefully he only keeps that at 1 if you're a Tigers fan. Kirby looking good. Pitch number 30. That was 1-1, awfully close on a slider, but a ball and a half width outside. Kerry's not really a threat to run, but at least his legs are healthy, unlike last year. 88. Torres does not offer. Little half hold. Got some strong hands if you can do that. Gleyber Torres has count leverage, but it's 2-1. 1-0 lead for Seattle. 89. Perfect pitch on an inside slider. Make it 2-2. Torres could do nothing with that. The crowd rises to its feet, urging Kirby to get out of it. And Torres will use his TO before we get set to dig back in. If he reaches, Riley Green would be next, but he's better with nobody on. 2-2. Gets the sign from Caldas Kirby. Not close on a slider. And Kerry Carpenter can get a little bit of a head start with 2 outs. A single probably doesn't score Kerry. When you got arms like Arozarena, Julio Rodriguez, and Victor Robles, it's probably better to hold at 3rd. Full count pitch. And Torres punches out again. You don't say that very often, but George Kirby feeling himself. We'll go bottom 3. Kerry Carpenter stranded again. Oh, boy.
Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or vulnerability to flood that may occur before treatment gets checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccine. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or UC. Ask your doctor about Skyrelease, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease. Skyrelease for ulcerative colitis.
Hi, you might know me from my other job, but I'm the business owner too. Here at Once Upon a Farm, we chose the Capital One Venture X business card. With no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to meet our business needs. Love it. And unlimited double miles means we earn more too. Sweet, right? And when we travel, we get access to over 1,000 airport lounges. I can get used to this. The Capital One Venture X business card. What's in your wallet?
Drop whatever you're doing right now. The Wendy's $8 JDC meal deal is here. That's 2 junior bacon cheeseburgers, medium fries, and a medium drink. So you better be on your way. Bacon waits for no one. The #1 deal, #1 bacon cheeseburger, gotta be Wendy's.
Every single day, the usual mom stuff. All right, so
You're going to tell me where we're going now?
absolutely not. What?
J.P. Crawford, who has very good numbers against Tarek Skubal, will get set to lead things off when we return at the bottom of the third. It'll be 9-1-2, Crawford, Arozarena, and Raleigh. And again, as we mentioned with Dan Wilson's got such a luxury when you can have Josh Naylor at 6th in your order, and that's the reason why they're up 1-0. First pitch, bottom 3, Seattle up 1-0 is high on a sinker, and J.P. Crawford 5 for 8 against Tarek has 1-0 leverage. 97 again, just outside on the sinker, make it 2-0. And Tarek hasn't really done poorly, but it was just the one missed design of letting Naylor take third. Otherwise, this would still be a scoreless ball game. 97 dotted and on the hands, make it 2-1. Tarek Skubal, we know, is the best pitcher in baseball, but Seattle has one of the best lineups, let alone in the American League, but all baseball and pitching staff and bullpen. So it's going to be tough for the Tigers to even go as far as they did, but they were at the same spot last year with a 2-1 lead over the Guardians. They fought back to make a 2-2 against Seattle in the following year, but they're in danger of falling in the ALCS again, ALDS, I should say. They want to go to the CS. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. 2-2. 99. And what I'm noticing again, if Cooper is watching this at home, and you know he is, whether it's just alone or with a bunch of friends, it would be hard for him to get on the broadcast. Not because we'd be fighting each other, it would be cordial for sure, but it's nail biting time. But there's just a lot of extended at bats and swings and misses. Finally at 100 to J.P. Crawford against Tarek Skubal. It's the 5th. But they're really doing a good job, and they're seeing Skubal, and they're driving his pitch count. And you've got to be able to do that. You want to make sure you get to that bullpen. Now, the Tigers' bullpen has some guys like Kyle Finnegan, Will Vest, Tyler Holton that can be very good. Troy Melton, especially. Man, he doesn't know any better, I guess, being the youngster that he is. But for Tarek, I mean, you want to go long, but if Seattle continues to fight through in these at-bats, you could see a 6-inning outing. 31 strikes, 12 balls, 88. Does get the call on an inside changeup, making 1-1. That is a devastating pitch. 2-11 in the postseason, unlike Randy, but he's always due to break out when the series gets a little bit later. You would expect that in the LCS that his numbers percolate. I would have to guarantee it. 1-2. He gets another strike on a changeup, trying to put Randy Arozarena quickly away. 99 for the hands, followed straight back in amongst the screen. Sorry for repeating myself there, but there's been a lot of that. Skubal loves to challenge, and these Mariners love to hit. 100 broken bat. This will be played by Negron and the third base coach. As he gets a new lumber, they twig. The top end part of the bat went farther than the ball. As Javier Baez is looking at the indentations, the engravings in on that bat. 100 just splintered that thing into 1,000 pieces. And the spin, you got to be careful with that the shattered ends of the wood doesn't hit you in the eyes because it looks like shrapnel. 1-2. Now it looks like a backup at bat there for Arozarena. Swing and a miss. He lost his helmet in the process. Changeup way out in front. Again, they're looking for 100, and when they get 88, I mean, they are 2.5 lengths of the baseball out in front. And a couple of punchies to start the third for Tarek. Not really concerned about Tarek Skubal when he's on the mound. I'm just looking at the top half of this innings as a Tigers fan. And if you're the Mariners, you just want to see the sand continue to get drained out of the hourglass. Change up low toward the back foot of Cal. He's 1-for-1 with a single. That's what got things started to get things over to Josh Naylor in that second. 99 will be sent straight back in amongst the catcher's side as Porter discards the mask. Make it 1-1. What I do like for Cal against Tarek, when it's dynamite on dynamite, he's never really late on 100. He's got the hand-eye coordination of a cat and a laser pointer at this point for Cal Raleigh. 1-1. Way high on a slider. Never looked right out of the hands. And forgive me if I said this enough already. Tarek School about to throw pitch number 52. 8 outs into his day. High again on a changeup. 3-1. Again, last time he got to this point, got Cal to get out. But how many 3-1s do you want to play with 2-1s before? Get the sign from Dylan. 92. A little early on that slider at 92. And this will be a full count. Foul balls all over the place against Tarek. Not necessarily fighting it. The Mariners are fighting him. That's the best way I can say it. 3-2 pitch. Before that, we will step off and Dylan will go through the signs again for Tarek. Tigers workhorse number 29. How much longer is he going to remain a member of the Detroit Tigers? 3-2 pitch. See you later, 101. My goodness, the fastest of the day. It is still 1-0 after 3. 33% home. Mariners have a 1-0 lead.
Gillette Lance is just a fancy-looking fusion file. Oh, it's Gillette's best shape, and its ultra-sharp blades last 50% longer. Hey, Joe, come get my keys. Dad, Gillette, the best a man can get. Keeps getting better.
So there I was, scrolling eBay.
When I saw this.
Still in the box. It's like the exact same one my mom wore.
Found it right there on eBay.
Admittedly, as we go to the fourth, I did send a message to my broadcast partner, Cooper Hopkins, telling him just how tough this is to broadcast between our two favorite teams, but I'm trying to be as neutral as possible, but it's really, really hard. So Riley Green now at the bat rack. Admittedly, this is where he does better as far as having nobody at the dish. And 87, this bounces off Kirby's leg, and Riley gets an easy out there as Kirby tosses to Naylor, and it's 1 up, 1 down to start the fourth. I just don't know where the offense really is going to come from Detroit. I mean, you could say Kerry Carpenter, and that's a given, but there's got to be some extended at-bats after that because George Kirby is absolutely dominating. He's got that Kirby right now of the NES with the pink puff, and that's what he's looking right now. He's just gobbling up outs. Torque does that offer on a slider way low on the plate and make it 1-0. Torque is due for a home run. I feel like I have to call that because he's the one other guy besides Kerry that I feel like can take this deep. I know Javi can do it too, but I think Kirby's got too wicked of a slider that Javi's going to continue to offer at. 2-0 is the count against Torque as he's continuing to try to work his way through it. Got to make him throw some more pitches. That's the first way to start. 97 toward the hands of a sinker. Make it 2-1. But I really haven't had any problem with what I've seen from Torque over the last couple. Pitch usage, 5 fastballs, 5 sinkers, 2 curveballs, 26 sliders. So he's really going to the secondary this time around. 97 is a good swing, but I go right to Randy. No problem. A few steps over to left field, makes the catch. Quickly, 2 up, 2 down to start the fourth. And the way that this is going, we won't need bottom 9. It'll leave it up to Colt Keith. Again, the ESPN box is a little bit ahead of where I am and on this call, so I'll have to make sure that when we get toward the later innings of this game that I turn that portion of it off so I don't get surprised. As Colt Keith had a pretty good at-bat the first time around, but he grounded right over to JP and made a good stab and toss over to Naylor. He's 0 for 91 in the postseason, little bingo numbers, but he made contact last time up. 2-0 now as the slider misses in. But I love the way that he is mixing it up because in game 1 it was a steady diet of fastballs up in the zone, and now he's giving the Tigers something to think about with the sliders in. Half-hearted cut there on a slider. Otherwise, Colt Keith would have had 3-0 count leverage, and he was already backing up as he made that swing. As he adjusts the batting gloves. George Kirby right now has got the cruise control on in the car, and he's not needing to change his location. It's just easy breezy right now, as 96 and a sinker is low, but called the strike. Make it 2-2. Crowd once again to their feet. Man, they might as well just stand up because it's just 1, 2, 3 across the board. Finally see some Tiger fans in the camera shot. 2-2. In toward the back foot. Did it get a piece of him? Yes, it did. Not a lot of protection there toward that right foot, I believe. And Colt Keith is going to reach first. So he'll take it however they can get it. And it looks like George Kirby just spiked an off-speed pitch. Hit him on the, I would say, the right side of the outside of the pinky. And that one's going to hurt because that's just outside of that foot protector. So Colt Keith will take first, as you get when you get hit by a pitch. Zach McKinstry's clutch, but I don't know if the fourth inning is clutch time just yet. We'll see what he can do here. The Central Michigan Chippewa. Pitch number 46 is a strike on a slider. That one is middle toward the honey hole. And it looks like Zach McKinstry and the rest of the Tigers, anytime they see those off speeds, they're taking them for whatever reason. 167 in the post is Zach. 0-2 gets the sign from Cal. 96 and a sinker misses upstairs. Make it 1-1. If McKinstry reaches, Dylan Dingler would be next. Tenuously for Keith. There he goes. Cal with a throw. He is safe. Colt Keith takes an extra 90 feet. And I want to see if Dan Wilson's going to challenge. It was called the ball. AJ Hinch looks over, and I think we're getting a review. I don't know if Colt was safe upon first look. That's a perfect throw. And if that foot does not get in amongst the bag, I cannot see where the foot was from the throw. If that foot does not get in before that throw, he's out. The tag is right there, but I can't see where the foot is toward the bag, admittedly. That's an A-plus throw and an A-plus run for Keith. And we'll see what happens. I haven't gotten any definitive looks yet. He's out. That third look, he's out. Colt Keith should be done. That's a great throw from Cal, and that's going to end it. That's what it should be. That's what I see from AJ. That's what he says, AJ Przinsky. That third camera shot looks like Colt Keith was definitely out. The first two, I couldn't see where the foot was. Should be an easy call if they go from the third shot. He's out. Colt Keith's done. Perfect throw from Cal. That ends the fourth. Seattle still up 1-0. It'll be Gino, Naylor, and Garver as we go to the bottom four when we return. And I believe the Las Vegas Aces has a 3-0 lead in the WNBA Finals. They're looking to close out the Mercury. They're up big, 54-38 at the half. Seattle 1 run on 2 hits, no errors. Tigers just 2 hits. And Keith was posed at second base trying to steal against Cal.
Get more than just savings.
The 3 for Me only at Chili's is now available with the all-new Big QP, fries, bottomless chips and salsa, and a bottomless drink, all for just $10.99. So if you're McDone with tiny overpriced burgers, just come to Chili's. This Chili's 3 for Me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
You deserve the best. Performance, durability, affordability. Only one place does it all. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Unbeatable deals right now at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale. Don't miss out.
MLB together is baseball's not combining the sports economic causes and mental wellness efforts by teams, players, and leagues. MLB together. Raleigh cuts down. Colt Keith. And here's Julio Rodriguez. First pitch swinging against School. Derek School struck out the side in the third, including Raleigh on a fastball.
So Julio Rodriguez, Jorge Polanco, and Eugenio Suarez, 3, 4, 5 will be due up officially. Bottom 4 is Tarek Skubal is back out there on the mound. He needs some runs. It's only 1-0 Seattle, but it gives me the feeling as it was last year until the home run that was hit by David Fry, which ended up being a grand slam that sent the Tigers home when they lost in Cleveland. And right now, it's just, again, 1-0 Seattle the following year. But Tarek does not have any help. 2-1. Count leverage for Julio has struck out a ton in this series, but that lineup is so long, you really don't worry. 91 will be followed straight back and amongst the slider, make it 2-2. Tarek Skubal trying to get the first out of this fourth. He's got 9 outs so far, only given up 1 run, but that extra 90 feet that was taken by Josh Naylor after the double that was 3 inches off the plate, that has proved to be the difference so far. And they're showing that throw from Cal against Colt Keith. They can't show it enough. That's a perfect throw, and that's why he's an MVP candidate. Spiked in the dirt. Dylan Dingler, excellent job of blocking, even though there was nobody on base. So he's caught 1,072 innings, no pass balls, 17,329 pitches caught. And same thing for Dylan Dingler, no pass balls. That's crazy. Full count pitch. Swing and a miss again. Julio strikes out one more time. He has got the strikeout carousel going. And Tarek Skubal, I believe that is his 7th through the first 10 outs of the ball game. But again, you never really worry, because if Seattle gets into this next part of the series against the Blue Jays with that lineup, you would expect in a different pitching staff. It's Tarek Skubal. You're going to strike out some. Polanco launches toward the left field line. Is it fair? It is foul. That would have been 2-0 Seattle, but he was out in front of the changeup. My goodness, as you start to see a little more sweat on the brow, Jorge Polanco made a bid, but it was foul. Again, that Minnesota Twin, you saw a lot of Tarek Skubal, very familiar. He does not look any sort of lost anytime he's at the bat rack against Tarek. 89 on the changeup outside and high. Make it 1-1. See if Skubal can get this under 70, because once he gets through 5 in the next quarter, he'll get closer to 100. And then we'll see what happens for AJ. 88, ever reliable changeup for Tarek. Make it 1-2. He really truly is. I know fandom's going to have their own side of what they choose, and I understand I'm saying it as someone who loves the Tigers, even though the Red Wings are my diehard, and I am rooting for Cooper Hopkins. I sent him that message, but I really do believe Tarek Skubal is the best pitcher in baseball. 100 on a 4-seam, hold on the first base line. That's his 4th pitch in triple digits as he's trying to put away Polanco. Blow in on the hands, touch the jersey a little bit. AJ Hinch never really looks like he's bothered, but he's kind of be wondering where the runs are going to come from. 88 on a changeup. Low and outside, make it 2-2. Just every time we get to the top part of this inning, I just wonder what the Tigers can do. 88. He stayed with the changeup, but he followed it straight back. He was a little early. Still waiting for Gino Suarez to be due up next. AJ Przinsky's saying 110, 120. I don't know about today's day and age. Swing and a miss on a changeup again. That's his 9th strikeout. Excuse me, I was selling him short one. I was doing it off the top of the head. 9 strikeouts through the first 11 outs of the ball game. Tarek Skubal, that means when you're getting a lot of Ks, you're also driving up that pitch count. Every one of these ones is another bullet that's got to be used in that chamber. Gino against Tarek. 100 as he offers up top. Triple digits blows him away. Tarek has struck out the last 6 batters, and it's incredible considering this lineup. 0-2, changeup nowhere close, and he's got him in the rocking chair now. Doesn't matter though, because Seattle still has the lead. 125 average He's looking to strike out the side, I believe, again. 100 will be sent straight back. And we'll keep it going. But Tarek did strike out the side in the third. He's looking to do the same in the fourth. This would be his 10th out of the first 12. Swing of this! It is striking on the side again. He's got 10, but Tarek needs runs. Let's go to the fifth. It's still 1-0 Mariners.
Internships that turn into offers. Professors who bring the field into the classroom. Career services that work for you. At Eastern Michigan University, real-world experience is part of your degree. With programs that have nearly 100% job placement. Because we're not just built to teach, we're built to get you hired. Eastern Michigan University. This is where it happens. People still come up to me and talk about it. Without thinking of the stories themselves. Just get yourself in the right position. You never know when it might become legendary. When the moment comes, will you be ready? Make it easy to never forget your bad baseball. BetMGM Sports. Make it legendary. Hustle. Experience.
History.
Grit. Integrity.
Talent.
That's how we win games. That's how we win cases.
That's the first state advantage.
That's all you'll ever make. Hustle.
There's your summary. On the bottom side, we're in the 5th inning now, and the Tigers will go back to the bat rack. It's been anemic for them. It's really been anemic for the M's, but the one run is all that matters. This could be a 1-0 win for Seattle if it stays this way. George Kirby back on the mound, hasn't had much to do. 6, 7, 8 due up in the order here for the Tigers. As he's only about to throw his 50th pitch. Derek Skubal, a little more stress, but he's only given up 1 run. He struck out 10 of the first 12 batters. 2-0 now against Zach McKinstry. Just waiting for something, for anything. If you're a Tigers fan, if you're Seattle, as I mentioned earlier, just keep taking the sand out of the hourglass. 96 will miss inside, and Zach McKinstry has 3-0 count leverage. You have to imagine this is going to be an obligatory take unless he finds something he absolutely likes. 3-0 to Zach. 95. That will just catch the outside black on a sinker, make it 3-1. And Matt Brash and Gabe Spire starting to warm up. I really don't like that if I'm Dan Wilson here. Maybe that's just loosening at this point. 95 right down the middle. That would have been something you had to swing. You had 3-1 count leverage, Zach. Come on, buddy. 3-2. Don't overthink it. Dylan Dingler waiting on deck for the Tigers. Just trying to get some sort of spark. Tarek Skubal's providing it on the other end. 3-2 followed straight back. If I'm Dan Wilson, if you're just stretching, that's fine, but I'd be warming up Luis Castillo more so than your bullpen. They need a rest. But that is what they've gone with right now. Brash and Spire. They've been used a lot. So McKinstry away down to 3-2. Kirby really hasn't had anything to worry about all day with the exception of Carey. 3-2 on the ground. Josh Naylor, soft toss easy over to Kirby. And 1 up, 1 down to begin the fifth. 55 pitches, all 5 wild in the fifth. Seattle still up 1-0. 37 strikes, 18 balls. It is a perfect ratio for Kirby right now, and he looks like he can just do no wrong at this point. I know the Tigers lineup can aid to that as they've done over the last 3 months, but that is what we have in front of us right now. If you're a Tigers fan, if you're Seattle, don't really see much to change. You would think going into Sunday you're going to need to score more runs against the Blue Jays, but for some reason I feel like Seattle, if they get through this run, are going to be able to do so. Just breathe a little bit easier because they've been off for a lot of days, and they really had a meaningless series against the Dodgers at the end. So that's just the way that I see it. 0 for 1. Curveball will be sent straight back, and Dylan Dingler is up against it. This will be pitch number 57. As Kirby trying to get the first 15 outs of the ball game. Only 2 hits belong to Carpenter. 97 just barely up top on a sinker, make it 1-1. If you're a Tigers fan, what do you say over the last couple of years? You've been here before, but you know you don't have the team that can get you to the next point other than the best pitcher in the world. That's really all it is. Scott Harris hasn't added enough. Chris Ilitch won't spend. And even with Javier Baez's contract for the next 3 seasons, Tigers are still 25th in payroll. There's no excuse. Nobody in the AL Central spends. 2-1. Inside on the hands. Kirby's starting to throw a little more balls here in this 5th inning. Maybe that's what Dan Wilson's saying, but I don't see any danger just yet. 3-1 count leverage for Dylan. It's the sign from Cal. And the swing will be fouled straight back in amongst the Tigers dugout off the screen. And the count is full. Parker Meadows will be next. If I do get any messages across from Mr. Cooper Hopkins, I will relay them in this broadcast, but I hope he's doing well wherever he's watching. As we know, we're both into this. Not too often to get your 2 favorite teams battling each other for a postseason spot. Full count. Dingler swings and misses on 96. He was a little late. Kirby his 5th punch out of the ball game. Seattle fans are up in arms. They're feeling good. I know it's only 1-0, but that extra run feels like 2 against the Tigers offense. That was on the black. That would have been a strikeout anyway. And Parker Meadows, the last hope in this 5th. '89 will miss a little bit high and away. Make it 1-0. Parker Meadows needs to start something for the Tigers with his legs. Big swing and a miss on a slider, inside and low. Make it 1-1. I did not have the Tigers advancing against Seattle, and neither did Ian Genji. He did say, sorry, John. No need to apologize there. I don't blame Ian. I felt the same. 96 toward the hands. Beautiful inside sinker. That was dotted. For the Tigers to get back to this point, that's great. But I just don't understand how you don't add more. And if you lose Gleyber Torres next year, if you lose Tarek Skubal, you could be back to 4th in the division. Even with somebody like A.J. Hinch, and even with the prospect pool they have. Kirby trying to put Meadows away quietly. He does. See you later. Fastball high. He's through 5, still unblemished. We'll go bottom 5. It's still 1-0. Seattle. So Dingler and Meadows are the ones that punch out against Kirby. He's unblemished. Again, I've watched George Kirby a lot in covering his games, and this is the type of pitcher that he is. You still got Luis Castillo, you got Logan Gilbert, you have Brian Wu, who we have not seen in this series. What do you want me to tell you? If you're an M's fan, you have the most elite pitching staff. It's going to be fun to watch on Sunday should they get there against the Jays. The lineup is dangerous. The Blue Jays lineup is dangerous. You would probably have the two best teams in the ALCS go up against each other. And that is what you want. And you have an opportunity to battle for the World Series. Derek Skubal, he can't score runs for the Tigers. All he can do is try to put up zeros.
It's just $35 a month, guaranteed for 5 years. I'm switching. That's true.
T-Mobile's got home internet, just $35 a month, and it's guaranteed for 5 years.
Derek Skubal has struck out 7 straight. He's got 10 for the ball game. He's still down 1-0 as we go bottom 5. Josh Naylor was the one that's done it all, and he's the MVP so far in this game. Naylor wanted to go 2 for 2, but this goes right to Parker Meadows, and he will go quietly. And Seattle's best base stealer, and I say that without a joke, will go away quietly, 1 out, bottom 5, so that's important for Detroit there. I'm trying to be as neutral as possible and get excited where I can be, but I just have the feeling of dread on one end, and I will have a feeling of happiness when it's all over on the time for Seattle. But for the Tigers, man, oh man, when you see Derek Skubal lay his heart out there and you don't score runs for him, it makes you feel sick to your stomach. So Naylor was the one that scored several innings ago as he poked the devil about 3 inches off the plate. Raleigh Green was slow to get it in. Naylor stole third, and then Garver scored on a sac fly. That's still where we are. A little half cut there for Garver, making 0-2. Not sure what he was looking at. Struck out 7 consecutive batters is an MLB postseason record. No kidding for Derek Skubal. My goodness. And Naylor broke up that streak. 0-2 and 90 on a changeup. Nothing to think about for Mitch. Again, he's part of a 2-year deal, I believe it was, for Seattle. This is his 2nd year of that deal. 1-2. Spiked in the dirt on a changeup. And Garver has nothing to think about on the first 2. So Naylor's 2nd pitch swinging out. And now Skubal trying to get to this 5th a little quietly, a little more efficient. Again, the strikeouts are great, but he's got 78 pitches through 4 innings and a third. So you'd like to see him get one more at least. And he was up 0-2. Now it's 3-2. He's missed with 3 straight outside the zone. None of them close. If Garver reaches, Robles would be next. As he gets the sign from Dylan Dingler again, this crowd's been standing, waving the towels all night. Swing and a miss. Derek Skubal does it again. Can you believe it? His 11th strikeout of the ball game against this lineup. Again, Dan Wilson said we can get to him once, we can get to him again. I guess one run is enough. But man, oh man, 11 strikeouts through 4 2/3 innings right now out of maybe 15 batters if he doesn't get any more to this point. This will be pitch number 80, and Victor Robles, last hope in the bottom 5. We're at T-Mobile Park in downtown Seattle, Washington. John, they're with you on the solo call. Way high out of the crowd. Should see if Dylan Ding was okay. As he just reached for that one. 091 is the bingo average for Victor Robles in the post so far. See what happens on this 1-0 count. 87 on a changeup, make it 1-1. Looking at Mitch Garver getting some camera shots. Again, his sack fly is the only one in the ball game still. 97 up top, just missed about a width of a baseball high to the left. Got to be wondering what Dan Dickerson's thinking, Detroit play-by-play. I think he's still out there alongside Dan Petrie. 2-1, 98. A little bit late, make it 2-2. A chance to get another punch out here for Tarek Skubal. That would be 12 of the first 15 if he gets one right now. Casey Mize looking on. 2-2. And a change up in the dirt, couple of full counts. The last couple of batters. And this will be pitch number 85. So Skubal starting to get in that danger territory of this being his last inning when we get to the 6th, depending on what happens here with 2 outs. 3-2. 100. This is lazy, shallow, right field. Kerry Carpenter makes the catch. Tarek Skubal settles for 1 punch out, but it's 11-15. We end 5. Still 1-0 Seattle. Let me turn this light on here for Lauren. I'll be right back. So I know she's going to be coming back home from work in another hour.
Good guys, I love native. Yeah, we should give this to the mortals. User native deodorant. It's got 6 clean ingredients, and it smells divine. It's not mint. It's native. Chevy makes America's most dependable trucks, like the rugged Colorado, the highly capable Silverado 1500, the powerful Silverado HD, and the uncompromising Silverado EV. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard. Chevy truck line. 72 months. Silverado 1500 models. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
the Caribbean.
Drop whatever you're doing right now. The Wendy's $8 JBC meal deal is here. That's 2 junior bacon cheeseburgers, medium fries, and a medium drink. So you better be on your way. Bacon waits for no one. The #1 deal for the #1 bacon cheeseburger gotta be Wendy's.
T-Mobile, the best network in the game, is now the best network in America. We're at T-Mobile Park in Seattle tonight, where it's 1-0 Mariners in this winner take all game 5. Josh Naylor gets the second goal for Scuba, and then Garland.
It's getting late in this ball game. Tigers need runs. That'll do it. Javier Baez, as he gets a solid single, trying to turn it a double throw. He is safe. Looks like Polanco might have not got the tag down. Javi was hustling, trying to get that extra 90 feet. And we'll see if there wants to be any challenges here for Dan Wilson. I think he probably should. I think they might want to look to see to challenge this. Javi would have had a solid single. Here's a throw. Javi gets his hand in before the tag. So Javi's good. He's got the extra 90. That was an awkward slide, and he just missed the hair. If Javi's hair was any longer, that would have been a definite out. So George Kirby's day is done. He was unblemished, but he's responsible for Javi Baez at second. And I think they're not going to let Kerry Carpenter get a third at-bat against George Kirby because he's got the first 2 hits. We'll get a standing ovation. We'll take a break. So Kirby didn't even walk anybody today. His final line, unless Baez scores, 5 innings pitched, 3 hits, no earned runs, and 6 strikeouts.
Are we doing the same for your brain? Being proactive about brain health may help reduce the risk of
And this Gabe Spire lefty, he's probably going to make sure Kerry Carpenter doesn't get in that bat. So that's smart there for Dan Wilson. And George Kirby was absolutely cruising. But Kerry Carpenter has got, 7 hits now off of Kirby. 5 of them home runs, 2 of them singles today. Kerry Carpenter could have tied this ball game. And Dan Wilson doesn't want that. We'll see how AJ counters, if he does.
This is the farmer's dog turkey. This is also turkey, but only one is gently cooked to give your dog the nutrients they need without the ultra processing. Get 50% off your first box only at thefarmersdog.com. This copyrighted telecast is presented on the authority of the Office of the U.S. and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be the same.
So Kirby threw 67 pitches. His day is done. So last 2 elimination games for George Kirby, 12 innings pitched, no runs allowed. He's responsible for Javier Baez at second. And Dan Wilson went ahead and made the change, so Kerry Carpenter didn't have to get another hit off of him because he's got 7 and 5 of them are home runs, 2 singles a day. Tigers actually have 3 hits. Mariners only have 2, but the Tigers are down 1. You have the sacrifice fly for Mitch Garver after the Naylor double, and that's it. Kerry Carpenter's still in, so this is going to be one of those lefty-lefty bats. You don't see that very often. And then Riley Green as well, so unless he gets pinch hit for 2 for 2 for 2 singles. We'll see what Kerry can do. Can I ask him to come through again? Is that too selfish? 95, and this one is deep. It's going to drive Julio to the wall. It is gone! Kerry Carpenter Tigers! I can't believe it. Thank you, Kerry. They took out George Kirby for that reason. Lefty. Kerry Carpenter doesn't have a ton of success against that. Doesn't matter. He's on one today. 3 for 3, 2 singles, and now a 2-run tank. And the Tigers have the lead in the 6th. When they go to that bullpen, that's when things changes. Rolling play, Suarez, and he gets Torres by a half a step. 1 out now for Seattle in the 6th. Kerry Carpenter has made this a brand new ball game for Detroit. Again, deep center field, the deepest part of the ballpark, drove Julio Rodriguez back, and all he could do was look up. Javi Baez ignites it with a double. George Kirby's responsible for 1, but that's it. Gabe Spider's on the hook now, and Seattle's going to need their runs, but they have such a good offense. Another lefty. Riley Green in toward the hands. He is continuing to have a miserable postseason. Kerry Carpenter is the only reason why this game is even having a lead for Detroit. And now the leverage will turn for Tarek Skubal when we get to the bottom 6 for how long he will go. But Gabe Spire comes back in after getting rocked in Game 5 to start Game 6, and he gives up a 2-run shot. The one thing I said with Dan Wilson going into this bullpen was taxed. I would have liked to see them go right to Luis Castillo because he only threw 40-some pitches, and he was definitely fresh. And now Kirby is going to be involved in a no decision. And now Gabe Spire, his day's already done. He was out there to try to get Kerry Carpenter. He couldn't do it. And Dan Wilson already goes to his bullpen. So I'm scratching my head. We'll come back and talk about it more.
You might know me from my other job, but I'm the business owner too. Here at Once Upon a Farm, we chose the Capital One Venture X business card. With no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to meet our business needs. Love it. And unlimited double miles means we earn more too. Sweet, right? And when we travel, we get access to over 1,000 airport lounges. Get used to this. The Capital One Venture X business card. What's in your wallet?
We can't hire you right now, but we'll keep you in mind. You'll keep me in mind.
It's a good day for a good deal at Outback. Get down under favorites like the Aussie Free-Roll starting at $14.99. Any reason is a good reason to celebrate at Outback.
People, they're good for squad goals and squad. People good at these guys' cheers and these guys' cheers. Can be best enjoyed together. The special spirit of U.S. soccer.
Horseman, return the smoke butterfingers and overturn your lost king.
What lost one? You? No one is a finger on your butter. Ever. Like you, marshmallow butter.
Phenom Jeremiah Smith.
I say it a million times, whether or not the Tigers win or lose a particular ball game. The one guy I will not mess with is Kerry Bonds, as he's affectionately called. And his home run, the 2-run shot, he's 3 for 3 in this game, has given the Tigers the lead. Gabe Spire's final line is done as well. Just 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit, 1 earned run because the other one goes to Kirby. The 2-run shot. He's in line for the loss all of a sudden. And again, it's only 2-1. Again, on both these games at T-Mobile Park have been 3-2. That's still maybe what we're looking at. And Spencer Torkelson takes a gigantic cut. Make it 0-2. But if I'm Dan Wilson, and you already seen a couple of singles for Kerry, How do you not walk Kerry Carpenter at this point? Because he's the only guy doing anything. Swing and a miss against Torque. Seattle gets the job done, but they give up 2. Kerry Carpenter, they give him a third at bat. This time against a different arm, didn't matter. Same result. Gabe Spire gets taken deep. Tigers have a 2-1 lead. We'll come back bottom 6. We'll see what goes on with Tarek Skubal or where you want to go next if you're AJ. Still a long way to go. Don't breathe just yet. Come right back. So Tigers finally score 2 runs. Comes in the 6th. You guys let me know what you think about Dan Wilson's managerial decision to bring Gabe Spire in after he already got smoked in the last couple. I think that bullpen is definitely gassed. And that was the one thing I think going in. So that's my call. And what do you think it might happen? And that's what we had here. I'm going to cut this volume just in case I get anything copyrighted. Those are your updates across. We're going to get set to go to the bottom 6 in a moment. Kerry Carpenter's done it again, but it's only a temporary lead at this point. 2-1 Detroit. Battle for the ALCS is on the line. Winner gets the Blue Jays. So we'll see what happens when we go bottom 6. Tarek Skubal, who's still out there, 5 innings pitched, 2 hits, 1 earned run, 11 strikeouts. Josh Naylor was the one that got it all done himself from that double about 3 inches off the plate. Green was slow to get it in. Naylor stole third. Garver brought him in with a sacrifice fly that was very early in this ball game in the second. It took all the way to the 6th for the Tigers to respond. Javier Baez's double then turns into a Kerry Carpenter 2-run chance. 61% chance to score 2+ more runs tonight. So they say it's not done just yet, and I don't think so either. Not with this lineup. Kerry Carpenter gave Tarek Skubal some runs to work with. That's where we are in this official call, as it's 0-1 against the J.P. Crawford 9-1-2 due up 99. This will be off of Crawford's foot. That one's going to sting a little bit, but we'll see. This is going to be temporary here because Tarek Skubal is not going to be able to finish this whole game. He's at pitch number 88 when this one's all said and done. Derek Jeter was the only one who took the Tigers on the panel today, and every single person across from the individual game took the Mariners in the series, and a couple of them had it going 5. That's where we are right now. Winner gets the Blue Jays. We're in the bottom 6, still an eternity left. 100, see you later. Tarek Skubal continues to get strikeouts. That's his 12th. And Dan Wilson said we got to him once, we can get to him again. You got to think the Tigers are going to use that the bulletin board material, as I mentioned earlier. And for someone that's a competitor like Tarek, you take that and you just turn yourself into Terminator mode. And for the most part, he has been that. I would say he has been that, period. 0-1 against Arozarena, but Arozarena is no stranger to postseason success. 99 up top makes it 1-1. If this pitch count was about the 60s, I would say Tarek Skubal could go the whole way, but He's going to have to give the baseball up at some point. 99 swing and a miss very late was Arozarena. And Skubal has him in the rocking chair again. This would be punch out number 13 if he gets it. 90 on a changeup, misses away. Again, this would be 13 out of 18 if he finishes it out so far. He's still got a chance to get to 14. It's just 1 out. But that's the strikeouts to out ratio. It's been a ton. 89, and Arozarena does a great job just to get a piece of it in toward the greens of home plate. Looking at Jack Flaherty, Will Vest. I don't see Will Vest even getting up and throwing. He just has that mindful look in his eye watching Tarek do damage here. 2-2. Bounced past the legs of Dylan Dingler, but nobody's on base. 3-2. It's a full count now against Arozarena. If you're Tarek Skubal, you don't want to walk anybody because then you got Cal. Because if Cal hits one, you want to keep it in a tie game, not a one-run lead again. 3-2. This is a big pitch. 101. It was out of the zone, and Arozarena went and got it. We'll keep it going. This will be pitch number 95 upcoming. So they're showing a fastball up and in from Gabe Spire to carry, and then when it went over the plate, it was gone. He does not mess around. 3-2 again. 100 in on the hands. Who wants the pop-up? Javier Baez. He's the captain of the infield, as he should be. Makes the catch. And the Mariners, one more out away from going quietly in the 6th. It's been pretty quiet for every team until the 2nd inning. Seattle scored 1 till the 6th, where Detroit scored 2. And that's kind of what we thought this game would be. Both games at T-Mobile, games 1 and 2, were 3-2 games that were split. The Tigers won the first, Seattle won the second. We're almost at that same spot. 5 2/3 for Tarek, no walks, 1 earned run, 2 hits, 12 strikeouts. About as masterful as it gets. But he's close to throwing pitch 100 at just 4 pitches into Cal Raleigh. Should he get there? He's just up to the bat rack now. 1 for 2 is a single for Cal, and Cal went for the downs. That pitch was never close. Make it 0-1. It was triple digits. Looks like he's emptying the tank. That same guy in Comerica that had dump 61 here, he took the shirt off for 62. He's got the same seats and toward the outfield side with the Trident. It's made of plastic, but he's got those same shirts on. I'm sure he's wearing 63 and 64 beneath it. 0-2 against Cal. Tarek Skubal delivers. Swing and a miss, and a primal scream for Skubal. 2 more, and we go to the 7th. 101 miles an hour, and Raleigh punches out. And Tarek Skubal delivers. We go to the 7th.
or substance. Somehow it became one or the other. But there is another choice. Not stopping until you have everything in the GMC Sierra. Michigan residents get 1,000 lease cash. GM employees with the current eligible GMC lease use it to get this low mileage lease on the Sierra for $199 per month. 4th and inches, 4th and 10, or 4th and fighting chance. At Henry Ford Health, we go for it. We go for it for our patients, teammates, friends, and family, in the labs, hospitals, clinics, and partnerships all around the state. We go for it for millions of people who deserve a better quality of life. We go for it because we have to. It's who we are. We are Henry.
No pitcher in the history of a winner-take-all game in Major League history has struck out more batters than Tarek Skubal. In the biggest moment of the year, they saved him for this game. He strikes out Cal Raleigh on a 101-mile-an-hour fastball on his 99th pitch of the game. And it's still 2-1 Detroit as we go 9 innings. Matt Brash finished off the 6th inning by striking out Spencer Torkelson. He's got
So Matt Brash finishes off the 6th by striking out Spencer Torkelson. And I'll be 5, 6, and 7 due up for Detroit. It was a 101-mile-an-hour fastball in the 99th pitch for Tarek Skubal to get Cal Raleigh again. It's still a 2-1 lead for Detroit as we go to the 7th. So tension time, if it wasn't already, and Cal Raleigh's back behind the dish again as he is. It is the second MVP other than Aaron Judge. And if Tarek Skubal has anything to say about the rest of these Tigers, if they can close it out, they can send the second MVP home, which would be absolutely crazy. But we'll see what happens with Tarek. 2-2. Again, there's a long way to go. That's the count leverage as we're in top 7. Cole Keith trying to keep it going against Brash. We'll do it again as this will be pitch number 9. So I am not counting anything before it's all said and done, considering this Seattle lineup. But you just have to be able to get the outs. If you go to Finnegan for the 8th, if you go to Finnegan for 7th and you mix in Vest for the 8th and try to get multiple there, you could do it. You just got to figure out what you want to do with the 7th, I think, if you're AJ. And if you're Seattle, just try to manufacture something in the last 9 outs. It's pretty much simple. You have the lineup to do so, so it shouldn't be complicated. So Cole Keith punches out on a knuckle curve, and that will leave it up to Zach McKinstry. So Zach McKinstry, 2 ground outs in today's game. Try to see if we get any extra offense here for Detroit. Any of those would be big. McKinstry with a good swing. We're going to put Arozarena just shy of the warning track as he makes the catch in left field. 2 up, 2 down to begin the 7th inning. John out here with you on this solo broadcast. I have a feeling it might be because I'm sure Cooper Hopkins is watching somewhere else amongst family and friends, or he's as nervous as I am when it comes to this. Again, one of our teams is going to advance to play the Toronto Blue Jays. That'll be as early as Sunday, and that'll be at Rogers Center. Dylan Dingler offers in a slider, not close from Brash. Make it 0-1. Tigers still need to get 9 more outs, and that's going to feel like an eternity here. Dylan Dingler just 115 in the postseason, but he does have a home run, as this slider will back him away toward the hands. Really can't make any mistakes. And again, Adrian Przinski, I'm glad he said it here for Kirby. He really didn't make one. He gave up a double against Baez, and then Spire gave up the tank. But Kirby was phenomenal in both games, in games 1 and games 5, and he might not get a win in either. Here is a slider, 2-1. I mean, when you're giving up 1 run or less, or even 2 runs at that point, you don't get a win. That's just not good enough from your offense. But when it gets to the postseason, it's harder to score runs. It's just the Tigers' pitching staff doesn't have as much to offer outside of Tarek. 85 on the slider, make it 2-2. So the seventh batter in the seventh inning is Dylan Dingler. The Tigers' last hope here. They do have a one-run lead. It's 2-1. Kyle Finnegan starting to get warm. The former Nats closer. Slider not close. Parker Meadows would be next, but Dingler would have to reach. The Ohio State catcher has been a revelation. Has taken the main job from Jake. This is 87 right to center field, but Julio's quick. He makes the catch. Tigers go quietly in the seventh. We're going to get set to stretch here soon. Rodriguez, Polanco, Suarez, 3, 4, 5 as we go to the bottom.
Everybody remember to leave early. Yeah, bring that over. Wings and ranch? That one's a party.
Get more of what you want this season during the Kia Fall Savings Event. Get more off-road adventure with the Sorrento. Or Telluride. Or more fun zipping around in the Seltos. Or Nero Hybrid. And new Kia vehicles come with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, so you can get more out of every year. During Kia's Fall Savings Event, get 0% APR for up to 48 months, plus 1,000 retail bonus cash for select 2025 Sorrento models.
When you have an intellectual disability, simple things like getting a job and being part of a team can be tough. But with an organization like Best Buddies by your side, anything's possible.
Join our movement. On October 11th and 12th, Jersey Mike's is donating 20% of sales to Best Buddies.
So come and support the inclusion of people like me.
Thanks to this waterfront hotel on Booking.com, even Yankees fans are loving Boston.
Oh, no, we're keeping tabs on our rivals.
We love Boston.
With so many choices, you can be a fan of any U.S. city. Booking.com, Booking.yeah.
Old Spice Gin and Super Hydration Body Wash. Vanilla and shea. 24/7 moisturization with vitamin B3.
Are you using all the Old Spice?
Oops.
Today's digital world is full of risks. I present to you the world's most protected business.
Creed, we have AT&T Dynamic Defense.
It prevents malicious threats. How are people supposed to get in? There's no door. Somebody say door? Line them up, Bobby. My bad.
You're so much more than just a landowner. You're a gardener, a groundskeeper, and a landscaper. That's why you need versatile, durable, Kubota equipment.
This is Seattle's chance.
So Kyle Finnegan is going to come in for Tarek Skubal. His final line is done. 6 innings pitched, 2 hits, 1 earned run, no walks, 13 strikeouts. And if Seattle is going to get anything done now, they will do it against this bullpen. That's the way it's going to be. So Tarek is done. Can't really ask for more. Again, he didn't walk anybody, 13 strikeouts, just give up the 1 run for Josh Naylor, who manufactured it himself from Garber. 2-0 against Rodriguez. Julio Rodriguez, this is batted toward center field. Drive Parker back toward the warning track, and he will make the catch. The Washington Nationals closer coming over from the Tigers. Of everything that I've said about Scott Harris going bargain basement, dumpster shopping, Kyle Finnegan's been the one guy that's been sticking around while everyone's been DFA'd, and he's been badly, badly needed. That might also mean, though, that Will Vest, the former Seattle Mariner off the Rule 5 that goes from the Tigers to Seattle back to the Tigers, he might be asked to get multiple outs. So Jorge Polanco, 96 toward the face. Will back him away at 1-0. Tarek Skubal, that primal scream off the mound. You just can't ask for anything more. Again, that's why I say he is the best pitcher in baseball, and I don't think there is an argument. 1-0 against Jorge. Finnegan delivers 96 on the outside black. Make it 1-1. Jorge Polanco 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts in this game. The one thing that makes you feel better if you're a Tigers fan, that Tarek will be out against Jorge because Jorge is the one that's done the damage against Tarek. But you never know. Kyle Finnegan could be due to get touched up against a lineup like this. Goes without saying that Seattle is very dangerous. 1-1. And it's not just because you're at this point late in the year. That's because they're that good. 97 on a fastball at the knees. Way low. Make it 2-1. Gino Suarez would be next regardless. Then it would be Josh Naylor. Just 1 out. Not close on a splitter, and Finnegan's starting to lose it a little bit here. This is what you can't afford if you're Detroit. It's just a 2-1 lead for them. You walk anybody, that's what kind of thinks that you can get that extra run in, or at least tie it. You've got to throw strikes if you're Finnegan. 96 would have been a ball, but he will fight it off, I guess, too close to take and make it 3-2. Adam Wainwright said the same thing. Tyler Holton, who did not record an out in Game 4, starting to get warm. And I don't blame AJ because he's one of the guys you should be able to trust, even if he had a rough outing. 3-2, not close. That's a no-no if you're Kyle Finnegan. You walk Jorge Polanco, nothing to even think about there. And Gino 1 swing away from giving Seattle a 3-2 lead. For the way that this team is, anything is a danger, and walks you just can't have. So Kyle Finnegan, he needs a 3-6-3, any sort of double play, or just to get a ground out. Polanco really not a danger to run. 88, and Suarez went for the downs, and Finnegan gave him an off-speed pitch. He swung right through it. Make it 0-1. Kyle Finnegan, it's the biggest moment of his life. Tigers trying to get to the ALCS, but there's still a long way to go. Another splitter at 87. This one too low to think about. Make it 1-1. As we sit bottom 7, Seattle only down 2-1. They're at home and they will get last at bats. Pitch number 12 for Kyle Finnegan. Gets the sign from Dylan Dingler. And toward the hands, did not go. 2-1 now against Eugenio Suarez. The breaths are starting to become a little bit tighter if you're a Tigers fan. You're starting to get a little loud and waving the towels if you're a member of Seattle. Only takes one time for that trident to move out. Did not offer at the splitter. It was right there. Make it 2-2. It was a dangerous pitch for Kyle Finnegan to throw because it was just toward the bottom portion of that middle. Suarez, deep breath. As the Seattle fans look on, urge Gino to come through. 96. This is a swing that drives Carpenter back toward the warning track, but he makes the catch. And that will be Jorge Polanco got to take his steps back from that 90. Suarez gave it a bid, but he just missed it. Josh Naylor, the last hope of the bottom 7. As AJ Przinsky said, it was close to center cut on that splitter, and I have to agree with him. That was awfully close, but it drove Carey to the wall, and he made the catch. Josh Naylor is one of the main reasons why Seattle even has an RBI. 97, perfect fastball. Gets the call, 0-1. The double in a second, a run scored, a stolen base. Kind of does it all for Seattle, and I have to imagine he's going to stay in this uniform for a long time, should he want to be. Really no reason not to. Pitch number 16 for Finnegan, trying to get through a scoreless 7. Big uppercut on a splitter. He was way early. He wanted the fastball. And if it would have been fastball, that probably would have been 3-2. He was on it. He was just early. So they're showing that splitter in the way of it, and he was looking for fastball. Sometimes you see it off that same tunnel. Naylor used his disengagement. That's why we're taking a second to dig back in. 0-2 pitch. Kyle Finnegan trying to be the bridge to Skubal. 2-1 Tigers lead. Big cut for Naylor, and he stays alive on a ball. It's still 0-2. Should Naylor reach, it would be Garver, but Garver, Robles, Crawford's not necessarily a weak 8-9 mix, so you never really have any sort of breadth in this lineup if you're a fan of the Tigers. Still tons of time. When you got 5 outs left and you're only down 1, if you're Seattle, you still think you can win this ball game. And I happen to think the favor's still with them, even with the Tigers having the lead. Naylor uses his disengagement after Finnegan does. We get set to dig back in. 0-2 still the count against Josh. Through the first base hole, Kerry Carpenter plays on a roll, and Polanco goes station to station. Tying runs in scoring position now. And Dom Canzone looks like he's coming in for Mitch Garver. So I'm just going to mention this before we get back in the official recorder. Tyler Holton going to come in. Finnegan responsible for the runners at first and second. Polanco at second. Naylor at first with 2 outs. They were going to go with Dom Canzone. I think that is the call for Dan Wilson. So it'll be lefty-lefty. And AJ Hinch going to counter here with Tyler Holton. Tigers still have a 2-1 lead, but the game is in the balance at the moment. When we come back, we'll call it.
With 12 grams of protein in every serving, Quaker Protein Instant Oatmeal is there for active mornings, friendly competition, and big moves. Quaker, bring out the good. The most addictive medical drug on TV is better.
We're getting set to come back from the break. Tigers still have a 2-1 lead as we go to the bottom 7. Tyler Holton coming in. Dom Canzone was the pinch hitter, and now it's Leo Rivas. So they've burned Canzone without even using him, and now Leo Rivas against Tyler Holton. So double pinch hitting. So that does mean that Canzone is done for the day. So you still want to get that arm leverage. And now Chris Fetter will take one last look here for Holton just to let them know about the handedness and the situation and what maybe to look for. If the Tigers can strand this, they've already used Finnegan now through 2/3 of an inning. So Will Vest has gotten 6 outs before, and he would be the one that would be called upon, I would imagine. I don't think Rafael Montero will see the 8th. I'd be shocked if he did, because the AL West that much, when he was with the Houston Astros, Seattle would have a good leverage look at him, and I don't think that's smart at this point. But for Will Vest to get 6 outs and then have to go maybe Sunday if they advance to the LCS would be short rest for him. So this is the ball game at this point, ladies and gentlemen. The Tigers up 2-1. First pitch from Holton to Rivas on a cutter is strike 1. 2 outs. Runners at first and second. Leo Rivas, 244 average. Tyler Holton trying to throw strike 2. Rivas trying to come through. 85 down the line. This is going to tie the ball game. And he comes through off the bench. Seattle ties it at 2. Runners still at first and second. And the brand new ball game begins again. That's the danger of when you use someone like Kyle Finnegan so soon. And we might be destined one more time for a 3-2 ball game. Detroit won the first at T-Mobile Park and Seattle won the second. But now this game is tied in the 7th as Leo Rivas, biggest hit of his life. Josh Naylor at second. And this game is tied. I don't know who's going to be left in the Tigers' arms. Victor Robles. First pitch swinging. Javier Baez, no problem. Seattle does score 1, but that's all they get. This game's tied at dose. We come back, we'll call the 8th. I'll be right back.
When you're traveling with 3 kids and pretty much everything they own, hi guys, welcome. It matters where you stay.
Hilton for the stay.
We know tradition. It's what inspires us to make Tostitos the traditional way, starting with whole corn kernels for our masa, crafted for that perfect crunch in every bite, with no artificial flavors, colors, or preservatives. Tostitos. Tradition matters.
With hundreds of sales every week, eat well for less at Whole Foods Market.
People, they're good. For squad goals and squad. They're good for these guys' cheers and these guys' cheers. QB, best enjoyed together. Official spirit of USA. Here to help you save hundreds. Customizing your car insurance with Liberty Mutual. Probably should have gone the other way. Only pay for what you need. Liberty.
Harbor Freight tools keep getting better with time. Better performance, better durability, better value. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Freight. Unbeatable deals right now at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale. Don't miss out.
So we know now, as Tyler Holden has given up the run, will be charged to Finnegan, as he was responsible for the one on second. Leo Rivas, his first at bat in the postseason ever in his life, and he ties the game at 2 for Seattle. So we will see Andres Munoz as 87 on a slider will be fouled straight back. I can feel my voice start to go. It is a solo call, and it is a baseball game. The Tigers trying to move on to the LCS, the same for the Mariners, and they have just tied it with a big run for Leo Rivas as Andres Munoz starting to get warm. 8, 9, and 1 due up, and you have to think that Kerry Carpenter is going to get walked in this inning. I just don't think you can even bother with him, even though this game would be tied at that point, even with 2 outs. You can't give him a fourth at bat when he's already got 3 hits and a home run. Parker Meadows waits on a 2-2, and he'll keep it going as he follows a slider back in amongst the screen. Looks like this might go down to another 3-2 game. Tigers won the first in Seattle, and Seattle won the second on the same scoreline. We're threatening that in Game 5, do or die. Up the middle toward Crawford, easy stab over to Naylor, 1 up, 1 down to begin the 8th. Both of these starters were phenomenal. Tarek Skubal, 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run, 13 strikeouts, no walks. George Kirby for Seattle, no walks for him in 5 innings. Gave up 3 hits and 6 strikeouts. Both starters only gave up 1. Most strikeouts in a winner-take-all game history, 13 for Tarek, sets a record. And he might not even be here next year, or let alone at the deadline, which is a scary thing to think about. Javi Baez, 1 for 2 with a double. Slider misses low, make it 1-0. Winner gets the Blue Jays on Sunday. I'm not going to cover game 1. I'm going to take it easy on Sunday. I got work on Saturday. 86 on a slider. They know that Baez is prone to that, especially in his time with the Cubs and the Mets. But he does not swing. He's got cut leverage. It's 2-0. 85 in the air will drive Rodriguez back toward the wall. He will make the catch. He was 3 steps away from giving up a home run. And Javi Baez with a great swing. And will leave it up to Kerry Carpenter. And if I'm Dan Wilson, I'm just putting up the 4 fingers. I don't even know how you give him an at bat at this point. He's 3 for 3, 2 singles and a 2-run tank. If you let this guy beat you and he scores a run, you deserve to lose this ball game. And I will even say that as a diehard friend of Cooper Hopkins, I don't even think you can bother with Kerry Carpenter here. So they're going to go right to Munoz in the 8th against Kerry Carpenter, power on power when we return. Both teams, 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors. Andres Munoz, the closer, comes up in the 8th with 2 outs against Kerry Carpenter, who they are not putting the 4 fingers up on. Senor Smoke comes out of the bullpen. Kerry 3 for 3. First pitch of a slider not close toward the back foot. Make it 1-0. 2 singles and a 2-run home run. It gave the Tigers the lead through the 6th until Leo Rivas answered in the bottom of the 7th. And here we go. 1-0 against Kerry Carpenter. That at 82 on a slider. And Kerry is in disgust with himself. He did swing at a strike. Munoz got to know to keep it low, because if it's any sort of high sink or fastball, that is what they like on the side for Kerry Carpenter. He can easily go 4 for 4. But the fact he's 3 for 3 and the Tigers are in this ball game, it's all credit to him. 1-1 pitch. Munoz delivers from Raleigh, 85 on a slider. That is perfect in on the hands. Make it 1-2 as Kerry now requests time. Can't ask much more from him. Again, in the 9th, the Tigers have not went to any of their guys in off the bench. It would be Torres, Green, and Torque if AJ keeps that the same. 1-2. Carpenter does not think about the slider. Make it 2-2. So it bounces into the dirt. Again, we mentioned from the beginning in this game 5 in a best of 5, winner gets the Blue Jays on Sunday. I'll start covering the games again next week. 2-2. Same pitch on a slider. It's a full count. Kerry Carpenter, what does he do here? If he goes 4 for 4, I think I might lose my voice. Gleyber Torres is 0 for 3 and struck out twice, so he's been way over that number. If that's his last at bat as a Tiger, I'd be sad, but it could be. 3-2. Kerry Carpenter stays alive. That would have been a strike on a slider, and he will see a 7th pitch. This is the game that everybody's watching right now, unless you're actually watching WNBA Finals Game 4, which I think the Vegas Aces just swept. Walk for Kerry. Figured it had to be that way as he points to the sky. When you got 2 singles and a 2-run tank, he also walked. He is perfect, and it will leave it up to Gleyber Torres with 2 outs in the top 8. You just couldn't mess with him, and he is absolutely locked in. Gleyber Torres has not been. Not normally see him strike out twice in a ball game. Can he deliver in a big moment? Pitch number 1. Not close on a slider to Torres. And we start the count 1-0. Again, Riley Green would be next, but anytime there's runners on base, he always strikes out. So where would you go if you're AJ if you got to that point? 1-0. The same spot on a slider will just back Torres away. 2 off-speed pitches, 2 balls to begin this battle against Gleyber. Gleyber's only signed through the season, so he could walk after this. He had a really good career with the Yankees. He's had a really good 1-year bet on himself with the Tigers. He was a second baseman, made the All-Star team. He's kind of been everything. He's not really a home run hitter, but he's a bat-the-ball guy. He hasn't been able to show you that in this game, but figure out when he struck out twice already, he's not going to strike out a 3rd time. That would be my guess. Tailored at first is Kerry Carpenter as he gets his camera shot. Watching this locally on Fox. If you haven't gotten to a TV or a radio, get to it now. It's a 2-2 game, top 8. John, I'm here with you on the call. I'll take you all the way through as far as we need it. We had a meeting on the mound. It was a players' meeting at that, not for Dan Wilson or the pitching coach. And now we get set to dig back in. Munoz gets the sign from Cal. 2-0 is the count. Big cut on a slider that was a challenge Torres wanted fastball. He sold out for it. Didn't get any of it. 2-1. Munoz will get a look before Torres adjusts his batting gloves. Everybody's got their hands over their face, knowing what's at stake right now. This is the best Mariners team since 2001. They don't want to let it slip away. The Tigers want to advance from last year. 2-1. Not close on a slider. 3-1. Riley Green does not come through with runners on base. Can't say it enough. He's 0 for 3. I can't even say do, so you're not really worried if you're Dan Wilson. I wouldn't be, at least, not even if you're Munoz. 3-1. Torres will walk. I don't even think that that's the worst decision, but we press on. So Riley Green needs to come through. Legacy on the line for the young man. And I hate to say it now, but when you talk about all the times he doesn't come through with runners on base, you got to do it now. Kerry Carpenter has walked. Gleyber Torres has walked on sliders that have missed. It looks like intentionally Munoz is going for this because of the track record. Now, if you missed the Riley Green on his uppercut swing, as they look on the battery side just to make sure you're going to call for balls and strikes, I think this is a little cheeky here for Munoz just to give himself some time. But if you miss on that uppercut swing, this could be a 5-2 lead for Detroit. But Riley Green does not show discipline. So it really is up in the air. I don't think he's going to come through as a fan of Detroit. Remember, AJ pinch hit him once. I believe that was game 4. And Mike Valeni almost blew a blood vessel on the local side for 97-1 the ticket. But we'll see what happens. This crowd's still loud. They're feeling a little more nervous now. I'm not really expecting anything, so it's interesting for me. 2 outs, top 8. Riley Green inside on the fastball, make it 1-0. Now, the one thing for Riley, if you can find count leverage, then maybe you can sit on a slider or a fastball even at 100. 1-0. Big uppercut swing, and he pops it up, so that's why I'm not worried. Here is Suarez, makes the catch, and every time Riley Green's up with runners on base, you just can't do it. Even think about Jahmai Jones in that situation. We press on, bottom 8.
T-Mobile has the best network. That's why there's no better place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on that. Hold on. Is this big enough? We should have music, like bangers. I mean, that's fearless. Get the most powerful iPhone ever on the best network. I should answer.
This is big. At T-Mobile, get the incredible new iPhone 17 Pro on us on the best network. No more coffee for selling.
I checked Allstate first, saved hundreds on my car insurance. Fortunately, I didn't check to see if anyone was watching before I stole cotton candy from a child. Checking Allstate first was really smart. Not checking the Jumbotron. Not smart. Well, at least I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds. Was it worth it? Yeah.
So we'll go bottom 8. And that'll look like a missed opportunity for Detroit. I appreciate anyone that's bounced in from the YouTube side and the X space. X has been a little quiet because I know Alex is a little busy. I'm sure Cooper is watching somewhere nervous, and Ian, I'm sure, is still at work. So there's been a lot of you guys that bounced from the YouTube side. I've given the updates where possible here. We're getting late into this ball game, and now that Munoz has already been used, if the Tigers can find something in the ninth, or we'll see what Will Vest. I think he's going to be coming in now. That's what the ESPN box has, as we're covering this on Fox. Will Vest might be responsible for the next 6 outs as we sit bottom 8. So still 2 runs, 4 hits. That's it, and that's all. Leo Rivas, the go-ahead, or I should say tying single in the bottom of the 7th. We're still waiting for the go-ahead, and it looks like we might get 3 straight 3-2 games in Seattle. Through games 1 and 2, and now game 5. Winner gets the Toronto Blue Jays. J.P. Crawford, big cut and miss. Full vest, 1 ball, 1 strike through his day so far. And AJ, when you listen to Dan Dickerson and Jason Benetti on the local side and they have a C podcast, he's the one guy he would take through a nuclear wasteland, AJ said of Will Vest. He's the guy he trusts to get the job done. This is an off-speed pitch way outside. Logan Gilbert, the starter, is starting to get one with Edward Bizard out. That looks a little bit different. And that also might tell me if Logan Gilbert's getting warm, I would still think like Luis Castillo could get warm. And maybe even if you're AJ Hinch, Casey Mize. Who knows? 3-1 is dotted on a fastball. Crawford wanted to walk. He had his head down demonstratively and then walks back dejectedly to his spot to put his cleats in. 3-2. That was a perfect pitch from the former Mariner, now Tiger, Will Vest. Full count, bottom 8, no outs, 2-2 tie. 96 will be sent straight back, and we'll do it again amongst the screen. It's been that way a lot. Seattle, if they've done a good job in this ball game, it is getting count leverage on Tarek Skubal, even though they only had 1 run. They got 1 against Finnegan, but they're driving long at bats. Crawford breaks his bat. Javi Baez, a couple of back steps, will make the catch. 1 up, 1 down in the bottom of the 8th. Is Randy Arozarena due? Just 4 for 21 in this postseason as Crawford breaks his bat in disgust as he sits on the bench and gets some sunflower seeds. Randy takes 95 and a sinker toward the back foot, make it 1-0. Still have Cal Raleigh next at least. Then you get the meat of that order for Dan Wilson's squad. They have last at bats. They're already at home. 95 will back him up toward the hands. It's a good challenge sinker, but a better take by Arozarena. Make it 2-0. Not much of a break as it's going all the way to game 5. So best of 7 ALCS will start Sunday at Rogers Center. 96. Did he get the call behind the plate? No. Will Vest should have been 2-1. It's 3-0. But Alan Porter calls it a ball. Arozarena could have an obligatory take if he wants to. He will get a strike back because that could have been called a ball. That was borderline on the black toward the left of the box. It's 3-1. You got the upside down trident for a lot of M's fans. 95 and toward the kitchen will make it 3-2. And Arozarena gonna have to try to fight his way back into it as Will Vest trying to fight his way out of it. As Chance of Randy echo across T-Mobile Park. I have yet to be there, but I'd like to at some point inside. Did get a piece of him anyway, would have been a walk. So Randy will take first, and Cal has a giant moment for the M's. If he hits a tank, then Munoz could close it and send the Seattle Mariners past the Tigers in the ALCS. He's got 60 home runs in the regular season, 61 in the post. He's only got the one. Pitch number 14 for Vest. 88, 1-1. Wow. Does not get the call. It's 1-0. That was inside toward the hands. It was right there, but it's called the ball. The strike zone is shrinking. 89 breaks his bat. I'll request a new one. That was a slider that got a piece of the top part of the knob. So he will get a new bat. You have Randy Arozarena at first. As I fumble all over myself, it is getting late and I'm a little bit hungry. We'll get that done after this game is done. If we need extras, I'll stick all the way with you until it's over. J-Rod hasn't been someone that's come through, so Cal has known it, not throughout the course of history, but throughout this series. J-Rod struggled quite a bit. I believe he struck out 7 times. So Cal's got to get the job done ahead of him. He's got 1-1 after he's got some new pine. He'll get set to dig back in against Will Vest. He might be asked to get 6 outs. 1-1 count. Cal, big swing. He went for the downs. That was toward his back foot on a slider inside, make it 1-2. 0 for 2 with 2 punch outs against Will Vest. Vest gets the sign from Dylan Dingler. Big breath. This game is tied at 2. Nowhere else to go but home or advance. Big swing and a miss by Will Vest. Gets Cal Raleigh. And it's 2 outs for the Tigers here, bottom 8. That is a bullet dodge. And it will leave it up to Julio. That was a down and in slider there to Cal Raleigh, and he was out in front. J-Rod is due. Couple of punch outs in this game already. He's 0 for 3. And Will Vest will watch his 96 get followed straight back in amongst the screen. 2 strikeouts and a flyout for young Julio Rodriguez. I believe is still just 22 years of age. He's got his whole world ahead of him. And tons of money in his bank account. 96 on a sinker inside he offered. It would have been 1-1. Instead, it's 0-2. Will Vest, 20th pitch into this bottom 8th. He's been worked a little bit. He's unblemished so far. Rodriguez could change it. He's got that type of ability. He will use his disengagement. He left his family at age 14 to go play baseball. He's now 24. Thanks to Neil Zaman for that correction. Swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch. Rodriguez, 3 punchies of the day. He's got the hat trick. Tigers go top 9, still tied. It's Torkeith and McKinstry.
Thank you. Get more support. Is that when you spell for Get more with Geico. Cloud figured out that over half the players off the foul line during the World Series. Their average swing speed was 3.9 miles per hour faster than those who stepped in chalk. And when they made contact, they rounded the ball 13% more. Now that's stepping up your game. Catch the game like never before with AI from Google Cloud. Use the car this time. Hotels and resorts.
Draw whatever you're doing right now. The Wendy's $8 JBC meal deal is here. That's 2 junior bacon cheeseburgers, medium fries, and a medium drink. So you better be on your way. Bacon makes for no one. The #1 deal for the #1 bacon cheeseburger, gotta be Wendy's.
Whenever heartburn strikes, get fast relief with tummies.
Julio Rodriguez on his birthday, his first playoff swing timed this game. The emotions apparent and deep in the Pacific Northwest. Stopping, exploiting, and trying to make it back to the World Series. Seattle's never been there. We go to the ninth in Game 5. Tied at 2.
Torkelson, Keith, and it looks like McKinstry still 4-5-6, unless AJ Hinch wants to make changes. He's not going to any of his bench bats. There was a moment in the mix of the 7th where Leo Rivas, it was a double pinch hit. It was down Canzone, in for Tyler Holton. Rivas came through, tied the game at 2. That was the last run scored in the 7th before top 6 Kerry Carpenter with the 2-run tank. That's why we're still square in the top 9. Winner gets Blue Jays Sunday. Torque, off-speed slider, 2-1. We still got count leverage. Now, I've been punching this button all night. I still think Spencer Torkelson is a guy that can come through when it really matters, and we'll see what happens. They need it. 83 off-speed up high. That was dangerous from Munoz, but it's 2-2. Got to find some discipline here. If you're Torque and Munoz, you can sit for the slider or the fastball, whatever you want. And he swung and missed at Torque. And in the dirt, Kel Raleigh throws over to Naylor. 1 up, 1 down to begin the 9th. Again, reminder, as Seattle's at home, they have last at bats. And this 3-2 scoreline could absolutely stick for a 3rd straight time in Seattle. Tigers need to do damage, or at least make things interesting against Munoz, because you got Pizzardo and you have Logan Gilbert also warming up. You would think Munoz, this could be his last inning. Cole Keith, right to JP. Easy peasy, first 2 for Seattle on defense. And the Tigers are on their final out in regulation, as this game is still tied at 2. Zach McKinstry would be the last hope. He was clutch in game 1 when the Tigers won 3-2. Now I see just Logan Gilbert. Pizzardo has taken a seat on the bullpen side. 96 in toward the gut of McKinstry, and he'll back away. It's 1-0. 2 ground outs and a line out in this game. John Hunter with you from T-Mobile Park in Seattle, watching this one on Fox. It is 1-1. Winner gets the Blue Jays on Sunday. This is do or die game 5 in a best of 5. Can the Tigers advance? Can Seattle advance? 97 late. On a fastball up top for Munoz was McKinstry. Make it 1-2. Will Vest is probably going to be asked to come out in the bottom 9. McKinstry up against it 1-2, and a slider, nothing to think about, way outside. 2-2. This will be Munoz's 25th pitch. So I would imagine Dan Wilson, this will be it for him. Swing and a miss on a slider. We go bottom 9. Seattle has a chance to win it. Polanco, Suarez, Naylor, 4-5-6.
You might know me from my other job, but I'm the business owner too. Here at Once Upon a Farm, we chose the Capital One Venture X business card. With no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to meet our business needs. Love it. And when we travel, we get access to over 1,000 airport lounges. I can get used to this. The Capital One Venture X business card. What's in your wallet?
La playa is Spanish for the beach. If you can't remember that, the word Corona also works. Corona, La playa awaits.
When choosing the right gear to cut, trim, or mow your yard, Ace has all the power you need to get the job done right. Because gas or battery, your local Ace is the destination with the best power brands all under one roof, like Steel, Ega, Milwaukee, and Toro. Order free assembly and delivery or ready for pickup in 15 minutes. Conquering your outdoor projects has never been easier. Around the block, what you need in stock, with service so good it's guaranteed. Ace is the place of the helpful hardware folks.
For 6 full-size passions. A car that doesn't elevate everyone's experience is a car that stops short of amazing.
Gatorade has the #1 proven electrolyte blend. Designed to hydrate better than water. Made to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel. So you can lose more sweat and run again. Visiting
Your team, your players, your postseason. Follow all the postseason action. Download the MLB app and #1 app. Live baseball. Here we go. Bottom of the ninth. Game 5. For Seattle.
Well, the hashtag for Seattle is seize the moment. They got an opportunity to do that now. 1 run is all they need. They got last at bats. Bottom 9, unless we go extras. 4, 5, 6 get set to get things going in a 2-2 tie. Will Vest is the Tigers' last hope here. He's got to put up a 0. He's going to be asked, I think, by AJ to get 6 outs. And then after that for AJ Hinch, I think if it goes into extras, things would get very interesting. Would you go to Flaherty? Would you go to Mize? Who do you feel comfortable with? Do you want to go for Keider Montero or Troy Melton? I mean, you got the options for you, but this is the moment now. If you're Will Vest, Tigers were in this same spot last year until David Fry hit a grand slam for the Guardians that eliminated Tarek Skubal. Now the Mariners can do the same. That was 95 center cut from Polanco. He could have won the ball game with a heroic swing, but instead takes strike 1. 0 for 2 today. He's probably due. 95. And Meadows has elite speed, and he will cover and get the first out. That would have been a double if not for somebody like Parker Meadows. 1 up, 1 down to begin the bottom 9. Excellent work there for Parker. Eugenio Suarez is next. Again, the former Tiger had a cup of coffee in Detroit before moving on for Nick Castellanos to the Cincinnati Reds. Tigers fans wanted him back here, but he went to Seattle on the second tour of duty. And 95 will give him a shoulder shimmy as he backs away. 1-0. Everybody at the top step of the dugout here for Seattle. It's been their best team since 2001. Suarez, 95, right in the honey hole on a sinker, and he doesn't swing. Again, Will Vest looks like he's just challenging guys. And if you throw that again, it could be over. Suarez, 1-1. 96 again, right down the middle, 1-2. So Will Vest not messing around, but he's really not hitting his spots in the 9th. Gino getting some chance here, and Suarez knows he missed a home run. In toward his hands, strong enough to fight it off, and we'll keep it going at 1-2. Will Vest is going to throw over 30 pitches. If he gets through this bottom of the 9th, that's the Tigers' last hope because they don't have last at bats. They're on the road. Randy Arozarena also looking. 89, nothing to think about. Bounces off of the plate of Dylan Dingler on the catching pad, and we'll do it again. Kind of wonder again, I keep thinking about Cooper Hopkins in this moment. It's his diehard team, the hometown team he loves so much, and the Seattle Mariners against my hometown team and the Tigers. Half-hearted cut by Suarez. He'll take a seat. That would have been a ball, but it's the third strikeout for Best, and he's 1 out away from getting the 6 outs he desires to push this one into extra innings. Josh Naylor scored the first run of the ball game. It was Garver that plated him, but his double from Skubal from 3 inches off the plate and stealing third manufactured the first run of the game in the second. Rivas in the 7th. That's where we are for Seattle. And Naylor is ever dangerous, 2 for 3 in this game. Detroit's only runs came from Kerry Carpenter in the 6th when he had a 2-run jam. He's 3 for 3 with 2 singles, a 2-run home run, and a walk. Naylor, opportunity to end it in a fastball. He followed straight back in amongst the kitchen screen, 1-1. Logan Gilbert looks like he's getting some of those gator lights on the back end. He might be coming in this 10th because Munoz is over that pitch count. Invest at 30. Did he offer out the slider? Third base umpire says no. It balloons to 2-1 against Josh. His moniker is he wants all the smoke. It's his first tour of duty coming over from Cleveland to Arizona, now Seattle. Jerry DiPoto did the job to get him here. Base hit again for Josh Naylor, and Seattle has the winning run on, but it's 2 outs. 32 pitches in the best day, trying to get 6 outs. How many times can you ask him to do so? But this is A.J. Pinch's best leverage. And wouldn't you know it, Leo Rivas, the guy that tied it in the 7th, his first ever pitch hit in the postseason, tied the game at 2, and now he's got a chance to win it in the 9th. Wouldn't that be apropos? So it's Leo Rivas' 28th birthday. We mentioned his first ever pinch hit single, pinch hit period in the playoffs, tied the game at 2. This would be one hell of a 28th birthday to send his team to the LCS. 94, and on the hands, it's strike 1. Will Vest making the hands clammy for this broadcaster as he's urging the Tigers to get to the 10th inning. Leo Rivas trying to end it now. And Will Vest smartly, I won't give him this, he throws over to Josh Naylor at the first again. Second lowest sprint speed in the American League. He's got 31 stolen bases, this one in the playoffs, 30 in the regular season. Big swing and a miss on a slider. Make it 0-2, and now Will Vest can go anywhere. 1 strike away for the Tigers to sending this into extras. Rivas will use his disengagement. Will take another breath as he adjusts the batting gloves. Can he come through with 2 outs as George Kirby continues to look on? Both he and Skubal as the starters were excellent. They only give up 1 run. 0-2 against Rivas. Strike 3 from Vest. We will go to extras, and I hope my voice can hold. We'll go to the 10th, tied at 2.
Your brain health matters. And when things really matter, you take care of them. Are you doing the same for your brain? Being proactive about brain health may help reduce the risk of dementia from conditions like Alzheimer's disease. Make brain health a priority. Ask your doctor about your risk factors and for a cognitive assessment. Learn more at brainhealthmatters.com.
Hello.
isn't your idea.
Oh my God. The 10th inning. So we know 3-2 is going to be the final score unless the Tigers score some runs.
More to stay.
Duracell AA's are assembled in the USA. But what about our competitors? They're made around the world. You can check for yourself right at the shelf. Those are on me. Just kidding. You got to pay for those.
Hey guys, Viagra is not the only option. Rose Sparks act fast and stay active longer. They aren't pills. Sparks dissolve under your tongue to reach your bloodstream for speedy results. Connect with a provider at ro.co/sparks.
I love Liz because in any film, she knew just the power that she had. She stood up for her friends with quite a bit of courage. She died a hero.
I don't think I'm very good, but I'm fearless.
Let's go back 40 years, 85. Yankees where Randy Johnson comes in a ninth inning, goes 3 innings in the lead, punches out 6, and that set the stage for the dramatic walk-off double by Andrew Martinez in the 11th inning. There's been a lot of great moments in postseason history in Seattle.
Well, here's the deal, ladies and gentlemen. We go to the 10th inning. It's extras. Again, Seattle has a chance to walk it off at any time. Tigers need to score some runs. It's tied at 2. The first career relief appearance for Logan Gilbert in Game 3 in Detroit against the Wind. 6-inning pitch, 4 hits, 1 earned run. And he's responsible now in the 10th. Where do the Tigers go in the bottom of the 10th is the question. 7, 8, 9 due up. It's Dylan Dingler. That was a slider right down the middle. Takes it for a strike. 0-1. So I've used the last cough drop. I've got plenty more. I'm going to try to leverage as much as I can because this might be a long night, but we'll see. I'm going to keep the weekend available. 97, at least for some rest, because I know I got stuff tomorrow. 1-1. That one misses up high against Dylan Dingler. He is someone that can come through, and Javi Baez is someone as well on the bottom of that order. Dingler will follow it down the right field line. It's now 1-2. Unbelievable that we would get another one of these games, every single one. At T-Mobile Park has been an absolute nail biter. And this is the craziest, most nervous I've ever been doing a call over the years I've been doing calls. Dingler, he launches, but this should be caught by J-Rod. This is a couple steps ahead of the warning track. Man, oh man. They gave that a ride toward the wall, but J-Rod makes the catch. It'll leave it up to Parker Meadows now with 1 out, top 10. Again, I can't help but figure what's going on with my partner in crime, Cooper Hopkins. I sent him a couple texts. I imagine he's not going to respond because he's locked in on this game as he should be. That's why I'm broadcasting it. 1 out, Parker Meadows. Somebody, anybody be the hero. That's what you want if you're Detroit and Seattle. You think it's only a matter of time. 1-0 is the slider up top, and Parker Meadows has leverage. 88. This one right across the plate, making 1-1, and Meadows will sit it back. Adrian Przinski's having some fun at both sides, and nobody able to sit on a slider, but a lot of these have been down the middle. I don't blame him. 1-1 against Meadows. He's 0 for 3 on the day. Gilbert, pitch number 7. The starter coming out of the bullpen in extras. And 82 will be a splitter down the line, making 1-2. If on Dan Wilson, you also have Luis Castillo after Gilbert, you're going to burn both your starters if you need to win this game because the ALCS is on the line. For the Tigers, they're probably going to go to Troy Melton, and we'll see what else. Maybe Casey Mize, who knows? 82, splitter, got him. He was out in front of it. Parker Meadows go grab some pine. 2 outs, top 10. If Seattle can get through this, they can go back to the bottom 10 with a chance to win it one more time. Javi Baez is someone that comes through in the clutch. We've seen him have 2 3-run home runs against the Red Sox in the same game. His double, then driven in on the same side from Kerry Carpenter with a 2-run shot. Gave the Tigers the only runs in the 6th. 97 for Javi Baez, and he just missed it towards center field. We will go to bottom 10.
The next chapter about your performance is here. Quattro all-wheel drive. Interiors refined to elevate every line. Visit Dealers here today and lease the all-new 2025 Audi A5 Premium for $549.
When life's not steel, it helps to know someone's in your corner. At Blue Cross, we never stop supporting you with access to the care you need to keep moving forward. Every step, every challenge, it all adds up. For 86 years, we've shown up, stood strong, and had your back. Because at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, your fight is our fight.
I love Fox News.
That's the first installment. Jorge and Stu, you guys are both having an incredible year. What do you guys want to share with your fans? That's it. Never stop believing in yourself. Yeah, thanks for the support and the recognition by my peers for the Cy Young. What about your other insurance? We see against everybody. Same thing. Teamwork, perseverance. Actually, Forbes recognized us on the list for the best car insurance companies in America this year. So the Cy Young for car insurance. You can say that. Nice.
Share Auto Insurance. Drive well.
Detroit brings that grit. At home, grit starts from the ground up. Wet basement, musty odors? Our basement waterproofing services will help keep your home dry and protected. Defend your den. Choose Foundation Restoration, an official partner of the Detroit Lions to tackle basement moisture problems permanently. Book now and get $500 off or 0% financing. Call 877-BIG-DRIVE or visit FoundationRest.com for your free inspection.
Troy Melton now asked to get stuff done in the 10th, as this is the first pitch for Victor Robles, and he's got a double, and the winning run for Seattle to go to the ALCS is at second base. This is a big leverage for Troy Melton. You know what it kind of reminds me of is Jackson Jobe in Game 1 against the Houston Astros last year. Again, the Tigers were able to win that series in 2 in that wild card, and this is a fastball that splits the plate from Troy Melton, and Victor Robles ropes it down the right field line for a double. J.P. Crawford, he signals for bunt, as they should, because all they would need is a sacrifice fly at that point. All they need is one run to win this ball game, and the Seattle Mariners are going to go to the ALCS. Looks like the infield is a little tight and off the bag from third and first, so a double would win this game. 97 up top to J.P. Crawford for Melton is 2-0. Would I be sad if the Tigers get eliminated? Yes, but I don't expect them to be better than Seattle. This is their time right now. They've got to come through. J.P. Crawford, big swing and a miss. 98 miles an hour up top, make it 2-1. Troy Melton, 2 games, 1 start, 7 innings, 1 earned run, 7 walks, 7 strikeouts, 2 walks. 2-1 against Crawford. 98 does not find a fastball, make it 2-2. Again, he signified bunt when it was a 0-0 count when he first went up there and did not do it next. Would he dare to do it with 2-2? Because if he punts it back to the backstop, that's an automatic out. Randy Arozarena would be next. 2-2. Melton's got Robles at second with no outs. 99, and this will be falling straight back amongst the screen. So Melton's throwing gas right out of the bullpen here, bottom 10. Really, Tigers don't have anyone else after asking Best to get 6 outs. This is what they look like. Crawford, see if they challenge him again. 99. This is toward third base, foul ground. McKinstry, he lets it drop. So we will stay 2-2. No harm, no foul. Here's the thing. If McKinstry catches that, Robles might have had a chance to go to third. That would have been a tough over-the-shoulder Willie Mays basket-style catch. I'm looking at him taking about 10 strides now, trying to get over his shoulder. I just don't think he could have got there. Not the worst decision, but Melton's got to do his job now. Crawford 0 for 3. He's probably due. The longest tenured Mariner. 100 breaks his bat right to Torres, and that will keep Robles at second. So that'll go back to the top of the order and Randy Arozarena as Robles has to stay put. Troy Melton gets the first out. 8 pitches into his day. That was 100 miles an hour. So Troy Melton, the righty, Tarek Skubal, the lefty, but these guys are throwing absolute heat out of the bullpen. And Troy Melton, regardless if he gives up the run or not, I think someone next year looks very, very good. And I'm excited to see him, and the return of Job next year should make the Tigers a better team. But they got to add more to this lineup up and down. You look at what Jerry DiPoto did. That's while they were chasing a playoff spot. You add in guys like Naylor and Suarez, and the Tigers didn't do that. 99, swing on a sinker, make it 1-1. So the Tigers would only have themselves to blame after the collapse. In Seattle, there really is nothing else to say. They need to beat a team like the Tigers. If they lose, their fans would be utterly devastated. 1-1. Arozarena went up to get a 99, but he was late on it. 1-2 as that one was sent straight back. He is still Mr. Playoffs in Randy Arozarena. And then you got Cal Raleigh next. No threat for any sort of double play as Robles is at second. 1-2 against Arozarena and to back it up toward his dome. No mistaking what Melton has been throwing. He's been featuring nothing but fastballs. Will Vest starting to bite his nails. 2-2. 99 popped up foul again. Seattle has done such a good job in this Game 5 extending at-bats. Trying to will their team to the ALCS is Randy Arozarena. Tarek Skubal can only look on. He was masterful through 6. Just gets a piece off the chest protector of Dingler, does Arozarena. And we keep it going at 2-2. It's been Skubal, Finnegan, Holton, Vest, and Melton out of the bullpen for Detroit. Kirby, Spire, Brash, Munoz, and Gilbert for Seattle. Arozarena trying to be the hero. Big swing and a miss on a splitter. 2 outs. And that will leave it up to Cal Raleigh. Unbelievable that this game presses on. And even if, again, I have to say, if Troy Melton does not come through here, I have been so impressed with what I've seen from this youngster. They are going to intentionally walk Cal because Julio has struggled mightily. And I don't blame AJ Hinch. Even if Julio Rodriguez comes through, Robles has good speed. A single should win Seattle this ball game. I think you have to do it. Julio Rodriguez punched up 4 times in Game 4. He's punched up 3 times in Game 5. That's 7 in the last 2, and he's hitting just 185. Rodriguez He got a sinker toward his hands. He was a little early, 0-1. It was down and it was good enough. I can't believe what I'm seeing here for Troy Melton, regardless. 0-1. 98 Q shot. Baez throws. We go to the 11th. Troy Melton does his job.
Sure, nearly half of all used cars have been in an accident, but that's nothing to fear. Show me car parts. Knowing how a car's accident history can affect price means you don't have to overpay. You can look now. I am looking. Why are you still covered in your eyes? I know. No fear, just box. Say, show me a CarX.com. Yeah, you're still covered in your eyes. I'm not.
Come on, let's go. Have some. Double short.
When you're traveling with 3 kids and pretty much everything now, hi guys, welcome. It matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
We know tradition. It's what inspires us to make Tostitos the traditional way, starting with whole corn kernels for our masa, crafted for that perfect crunch in every bite, with no artificial flavors, colors, or preservatives. Tostitos. Tradition matters.
For the first time in your history, don't miss one game-changing moment. Tell us what category you want to steal. And through another, no round for a state. I'm going to throw up. And then the green filler. Willing stay at 877 all funds. Top of the 11th, top of the Detroit corner. New up against Logan Gilbert after an excellent defensive play by Hunter. Right off the bat, this big chopper. Man, if you don't time that just right, that's going to take a really funky hot top spin on it. He timed it just right, and in the biggest moments.
And I hate to say this for any M's fans, but if I'm Logan Gilbert, I know I'm coming out of the bullpen here as the starter, trying to get the job done in the 11th. Kerry Carpenter, 3 for 3. I think you got to walk him. I think you really have to, unless Kerry Carpenter gets himself out. 3 for 3 with 1 walk. 89. That's a gorgeous slider down and toward the back foot and make it 0-1. 2 singles, a 2-run shot. The Tigers only run scored in the 6th. We are in the 11th at T-Mobile Park in downtown Seattle, Washington. John, I'm with you on the solo call. I'm on the 3rd cough drop. I hope I don't need any more, as this game is starting to get a little long. And again, I did call a Guardians game that went in 16 innings a couple of seasons ago, but Tigers are going to need to score soon because Troy Melton looks like he's doing his visual exercises all like J.J. McCarthy when he was at Michigan. 2-1 on a slider with nothing to think about. Kerry Carpenter has been Mr. Everything, and I hope that he never leaves in a Tigers uniform. And I say that for all the fans because he is the only reason this game is still going. 2-1. That's 4 for 4 for Kerry Carpenter. A little Wendy's, how do you do? And it's another single for Kerry. 3 singles, a 2-run tank, and the Tigers might be in business here at the top of the 11th with no outs. They just can't get this guy out. And again, a walk is as good as a single. Troy Melton was a 4th-round pick in 2022, began the year in Double-A Erie, and here he is in the biggest innings of his life. He's probably going to get the bottom of the 11th. Gleyber Torres, 86, followed straight back down the right field line. We'll do it again. 0 for 3 with a walk in the 8th, but he's got 2 punchies, so Gleyber can't do that here. He also can't hit into a double play. You got to get Kerry Carpenter over at worst if you're Gleyber Torres. 0-1. 81. That was off the plate, but it was a 50-50 call. Probably had to swing at it. As he gets another look in from Alan Porter behind the plate. Kyler Montero now starting to get warm for Detroit. Rafael Montero, as you mentioned, probably won't see the light of day. 0-2. This gets away from Cal, and Kerry Carpenter is going to get to second base. We never see that from Cal Raleigh, but you're going to take that extra 90 feet. It's a pass ball. It's the first one of the year for Cal Raleigh, and it comes in the 11th inning with an 0-2 count against Gleyber Torres. That is absolutely unbelievable, but that is what you had to do. And now after Gleyber, your job is to get Kerry to third. And he looks like he might do it. This one's shallow. I can't test it if I'm Kerry. And that wasn't, I thought it was going to travel a little farther. But the wild pitch will at least get Kerry Carpenter to second up the pass ball. And it's Kerry at second. First pass ball this season for Cal. That is absolutely crazy. So Dylan Dingler remains the only catcher on the Tigers and towards all of baseball that does not have one. Riley Green, you would have to think they're going to allow him to swing. If they are going to give him a walk, I'm absolutely taking this if I'm a Tigers fan. I'm absolutely taking this because Riley Green, again, as we mentioned, he has struggled so much with runners on base, and you're going to walk him if you're Dan Olson. I would do a somersault if I'm a Tigers fan. So Riley Green at first, Kerry Carpenter at second. Logan Gilbert's got one out, top of the 11th. Tigers trying to come through. Torque is 0 for 4. Torque foul down the third base line. Would have scored Kerry. That was followed by a couple of feet. 3 strikeouts and a line out for Torque. Tarek trying to urge Torque on here. See if Spencer can come through in the biggest at-bat of his life. 81, waved and missed on a splitter. Did not look comfortable there. Make it 0-2. Different situation for Riley Green. I get it, but AJ says the same thing. Torque's already struck out 3 times. He agrees with the call from Dan. I do not. 0-2 against Torque and Gilbert. This could be his 4th punch out, the golden sombrero. He does not. It is 1-2 as it's smothered by Cal on a splitter, and we keep it going. I mentioned this a few times tonight, but it's bear repeating here in the 11th. The trip to the ALCS is on the line. 1-2 is the count leverage on Torque. He does not offer. The splitter made his knees buckle, but it is 2-2. If he reaches, Colt Keith would be next unless AJ starts to go with the guys off the bench. He has not. That means Winsell Perez, Jahmai Jones, they're all still available. Jake Rogers as well. 2-2 against Torque from Gilbert. Get the sign from Cal. This one is foul, and we still press on. Logan Gilbert trying to get through the 10th and the 11th. Gets 6 outs. He's 22 pitches into his day. He's got Kerry Carpenter with a single and a pass ball at second. Riley Green was intentionally walked. He's at first. He gets some time, I believe, called by Spencer. That is his first disengagement. Torque going to get set to dig back in. Tigers looking for the go-ahead run. Runners at first and second. Torque, can of corn. This will be popped up. This cannot advance the runners. Randy Arozarena will calmly make the catch. And the Tigers now have 2 outs. Colt Keith is the last hope unless AJ goes to his bench. Torque is 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. McKinstry doesn't have a hit. Dingler doesn't have one. Meadows doesn't have one. There hasn't been a lot to go by. Cole Keith was hit by a pitcher in the fourth, but at least Cole Keith made contact tonight. I can say that for him. He's hitting bingo numbers at 077. He is one that I still believe in as far as the future of this team. He just started to get healthy now. That's why he was put on the ALDS roster and left off the wild card.
Since the minor leagues en route to Seattle, all 30 of them were starts. He has not pitched out of the bullpen since college. He's doing it tonight in the biggest game of the season.
Adam Amin said that Logan Gilbert has not pitched out of the bullpen since college, and he's doing it for the first time tonight. Again, Troy Melton, he was in Double-A Erie, and he's going to be pitching at probably the bottom of the 11th here for the Tigers. Edward Bizzardo now starting to get warm again. They are not going to Luis Castillo, so that might tell me that he's the starter no matter what on Sunday should they advance. Andy Ibanez cheering on Colt Keith as he gets set to dig in with 2 outs. Tigers desperate, trying to come through. Don't want to leave ducks on the pond. Carey at second, Riley at first with 2 outs. Logan Gilbert, pitch number 24. Big swing and a miss on a slider, down and low. It is 0-1. Got to wondering what's going through the mind of the young man. He was brought in to hit. That's what he was drafted for. 0-1. Make it 0-2. Dotted on a splitter on the inside black. Taps his bat into the dirt a couple of times. Riley Green and Kerry Carpenter at first and second respectively. Logan Gilbert trying to get out of it. As Colt Keith now will step out. He is able to do that, the first disengagement of every new batter. We're in the 11th with 2 outs. Tigers have 2 runners on. Colt Keith on an 0-2. Way outside, this time blocked nicely by Cal as he snow cones the splitter with his glove. Someone's looking like Kevin McAllister on Home Alone. He's got a tennis shoe on top of his head. That's not much of a rally cap. Big swing and a miss from Colt. Logan Gilbert with a primal scream, and we'll go bottom 11. Mariners have a chance to win it again. Tigers lead 2-1. Polanco, Suarez, Naylor, 4, 5, 6. Cater Montero now gets the bottom of the 11th as Jorge Polanco, a little half cut on a fastball toward the bottom part of the legs. Never a strike, make it 0-1. Cater Montero 5-3, 4.37 ERA, 90 and 2/3 innings pitched. He's pitched pretty well in postseason so far, but this is a lot to ask of Melton and Montero. We'll see what's left for Detroit after this. 82 on a knuckle curve gets the call. And if you're Polanco, there's nothing you can do about that. 0-3. That was in the bottom portion of the black. That was a little generous. Montero get the sign from Dylan Dingler. Another knuckle curve. This one missed it all. Make it 1-2. No problem to block that because there was nobody on base. It is bottom 11, and again, as it is, Seattle has leverage of last at-bats with a chance to go to the ALCS. Tigers were here a year before against the Guardians in a 2-1 series lead. Couldn't come through. Tigers never had the lead in this series. Polanco, he skies one toward Parker Meadows, puts his hand out just shy of the warning track, and makes the catch. But Seattle has scored first in every single game in this series. Again, it's been a pair of 3-2 splits. Detroit opened the win in the ALDS, and then Seattle countered. They destroyed the Tigers in Game 3 at Comerica Park, and then Detroit had to answer. Otherwise, they were going home. That's what's forced this Game 5 as we sit in the 11th. Eugenio Suarez 0-4, and a grand cut on a sinker, does not find it. Make it 0-1. He had one thing on his mind right there, and that was to put it into the cheap seats. John Utter with you on the solo call from downtown Seattle, Washington. It's Fox ALDS. 96, a little bit in and low. Make it 1-1 against Gino Suarez. His second tour of duty with the Mariners. He has home run power, even though he does not have the average. And again, he could strike at any time, just like anyone in this line. 97, way outside of the sinker, make it 2-1. I just don't know how Montero and Troy Melton are doing it. It's the biggest moments of their life right now, and they should not be counted on for big-time leverage, but that's all the Tigers have. 2-1. 95 on a sinker, a little bit low, and it's 3-1 leverage. Got to be careful here against Gino, because one swing could send Seattle to the LCS against the Blue Jays on Sunday. Tigers on the top deck. They're urging Montero to get it done. Popped up from Gino. Who wants it? It is Glaber calling off Spencer. 2 down in the bottom of the 11th. Now, I did send a couple of messages to Cooper Hopkins as we've gone along here. And I know he will probably not get on this broadcast. If he does, if the Mariners win, I will give him congratulations. But I am just as nervous as he is, assuredly. Although, admittedly, I'm more diehard with the Red Wings, more so than the Tigers. But still, when it's your hometown team, it's tough. Josh Naylor, 3-for-4, has been excellent in this game. He's essentially done everything that Kerry Carpenter has done for Detroit. His run helped the score in the second inning. He could finish it in the 11th. 1-0. Knuckle curve misses. It'll be 2-0. 2-0 is the count leverage here for Naylor. He goes for the downs on a changeup. It was right there in the middle, but he missed it. He read the fastball timing. 2-1. AJ Przinsky is saying he's not going to let them beat him. He would put him on first, but still would beat up Leo Rivas, who's the latest hero. Otherwise, the Tigers would have already won this game. He tied the game in the 7th. The Tigers scored 2 in the 6th. We're in the 11th. 2-1. Check swing goes off the bat, hits him in the hand. It's going to be a strike anyway. Tigers will take it. It's 2-2. Naylor gets set to dig back in, waiting on a 2-2 from Montero. 3 for 4 in this game. Again, everybody been standing and waving the towels. It's been tense. This will be one of the ALDSs you remember, regardless of who you root for. You got a double rally cap, you got a backwards cap, and a shoe for one of the things. 2-2. Naylor swings. This one's fouled down the right field line. He was out in front of a sinker, and we will keep it going. This game started at about 8:10 Eastern. It is now 11:40 as we're getting close to midnight on the East Coast. Both of these teams do not want to go home. I just wonder, if I'm AJ Kinch on the Tigers side, who is left in the bullpen that you can trust? I think that's why this game presses on. I would say advantage Seattle, with the exception of Kerry Carpenter on the Tigers end. The pregame coverage would begin at 7. We should have an 8:10 first pitch on Sunday, it looks like, on Fox. Whoever plays against the Blue Jays. 2-2 again. Does not offer at the knuckle curve, and it's a full count against Josh. Three 2 pitch. He swings. This is right to Baez. We will go to the 12th. Cater Montero does the job. It is McKinstry, Dingler, Meadows, 6, 7, 8, due up.
You can't see the nation's fastest internet connection, but you will learn every day. You can't see the nearly 1.5 million connected devices, but they fuel growth. And you can't see the interconnectivity of 28,000 public safety teams, but they protect us. So while others shout and make promises they can't keep, AT&T continues building a network that's dependable to guarantee.
So I think I might have muted the recorder on the X side, but no problem here for the audio recorder on my end when this gets uploaded. Cater Montero does the job for the Tigers. We will go to the 12th. And probably after this game is done, I'm going to go ahead and eat some food before I type up this story, because I'm going to get a little bit hungry. I was going to give me something to hold me over, but hopefully I don't end up calling 2 baseball games in one.
Millions of followings, each with a story. eBay.
They still believe here in Seattle, but the tension is high. I imagine it's the same out in Michigan right now, too. What a night, what a series, what a game, what drama, what emotion, what frustration. Maybe some elation waiting for one of these two teams in the 12th. Our game summary: Skubal, outstanding. Murphy, excellent. Carpenter, the clutch home run. And Rivas, the game-time hit all the way back to the 7th. It's a broadcast from that would be the World Series champions athlete, right? AJ Brzezinski, Tom Verducci. Whatever strategy, game, whatever. This has been amazing. We are so privileged to be here. The Southie just showed her the same as athlete, right? Every time we mention it. There was one anywhere close to his Zach McKinstry leads it off against Logan Gilbert.
This is going to be Logan Gilbert's 3rd inning of work in 94 and a fastball up top. Again, as we mentioned all night, winner goes to the ALCS. The Toronto Blue Jays have got to be loving this, because both of these teams in Detroit and Seattle have been expending their bullpen. They've been exhausting energy all over the place. Then they're going to have to play an emotional game on Sunday. You would have to think the Blue Jays are going to take game 1 regardless of who wins in this series. 86 will split the plate on a slider. And there is one time that I can actually agree with AJ Krasinski. I think you got to sit on some of those because the slider's been there from Kirby and now Gilbert Bizzardo. This is the fourth time he's been getting up, so I imagine his arm's got to be a little bit sore. Kinstry 96 is a swing and a miss at 1-2. Pitch number 31 in his third inning of work. And Zach McKinstry, tough ball. This is going to be a tough play. They're not going to be able to get over. Zach McKinstry will get an excuse me single as Josh Naylor trying to brush it ahead to his pitcher. He's got a ton of speed, and he's got the first base. Tigers needed a hit. But here's the thing. We already saw Colt Keefe, I believe in the seventh inning, get hosed out by Cal Raleigh. Zach McKinstry is the best base stealer on the Tigers. He's got 19 bags on the year. That was a heads-up play by Naylor. He tried to back scoot it with his glove to his pitcher, but McKinstry already had touched the base at first. You see what we get here now is Cal Raleigh will look on to Dylan Dingler. Just to make sure that they get the signs, he does have a ton of pop. You do think the rest of the Tigers' order is due at this point, but you can also say the same for Seattle. He's 0 for 4 today. He had one against the Guardians in the wild card series, in which the Tigers won in the best of 3 in the third game. Now they're in a best of 5, trying to finish it off in the fifth game. Starting on the road in both series, they would have to start on the road again throughout this entire postseason, depending on where they go, considering all the games they lost on the back end. When you ask a starter to come out of the bullpen and throw into his third inning, this might be where Gilbert starts to show some signs of rust. But we shall see. Ground out, strikeout, line out, fly out. He's got all those combinations. Now he's just got to get on base. Pitch number 32 for Logan. Toward the face. And this one will back him away and make it 1-0. The war of attrition, that's what it is, as we've hit the 12th. Dingler towards his hands will thankfully put it straight. If that was fair toward third, that would have been a DP, no problem. AJ Hinch has not gone to any of his bench bats, so Parker Meadows would be next. We're at 7, 8, 9 of the order with no outs. McKinstry's at first with a jam job single. Gilbert gets the sign from Cal. They want the fastball up, and it's on the ground. Dylan Dingler gets a single, and the Tigers go station to station. They've got the first two on with nobody out in the top of the 12th. After a couple singles allowed by Gilbert, Bizzardo is going to come in, try to keep this 12th inning clean. Tigers have runners at first and second, nobody out. We'll come right back.
But only one is champion cooked to give your car would stop short of amazing.
The DQ Sauce and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket comes with your choice of honey barbecue or new sweet chili. Layered flavor from the top, bottom, and everywhere in between. That's the Sauce and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket. Get it delivered today. Only at DQ.
Phenom Jeremiah Smith, won Ohio State, take on Illinois. Big game Saturday on Fox. Play ball is baseball and overseas pitchers out. Accessible ways to play the great game or more including online a league near you. Go to playball.org and follow Play Ball on X, Facebook, and Instagram. For the fifth time in 7 days in this series, Edward Rosario would never appeared in a postseason game until last week. He's going to do it again.
So for the fifth time in the 7th day in this series, he's going to come out of the bullpen as Edward Rosario. He's got warm a lot. I imagine he's got to be taxed. Logan Gilbert did as much as he could. He tried to go through 3 innings, responsible for the runners at first and second. Detroit trying to come through. Parker Meadows shows bunt. That one is foul. I think you had to do it if you're Detroit. You got to get the Ducks over here to second and third with no outs. This game is tied at dose. You got to score some runs. And AJ, I would imagine, would have the sign on one more time and then just leave it to Javier Baez if whatever happens. If it was Parker Meadows from last year, you'd be swinging away, but not at this point.
A lot of teams are running one play, one pitch, and then take it off the second pitch because of the chance of a slash or a butcher block. Meadows got to sacrifice in game 3 while Gilbert is on the
So Bizzardo's got to try to come through to not give up anything. Logan Gilbert's responsible for the runners at first and second. They got McKinstry at second, and they had a single just after that for the Tigers. No outs. And we'll fake disengagement for Bizzardo. Dingler is at first. Tigers no outs, top 12. The ALCS is on the line on Sunday against the Blue Jays. It would be a big step for Detroit to get there. Meadows gets the bunt down. All they can do is throw over to first, and they do get the out. Polanco almost jammed his leg into the cleat of Meadows, but Meadows does his job. He gets the runners over to second and third, and now Detroit's got to at least get a sac fly and get them in. He did bunt it toward the pitcher, as Adam Wainwright said, but it was slow enough, and Meadows is quick enough, and the runners were already off, that it was no problem there. Now Baez has got to get someone in with 1 out. 96 will be fouled straight back. If the Tigers leave this with no runs scored after having no outs and runners at first and second, they're probably not going to be able to come back from off the mat. Bizzardo, 2-4 against Javi Baez. So Baez hitting 500. He's known for the clutch moments. Can Javi Baez deliver? This broken bat, runner toward home, is going to be out. They sent it on the contact. That's a brutal call there for Detroit, because now it's going to be runners at first and second. Once Dingler was able to get over to third, they went right on contact, and he broke his bat to Javi Baez. Now you can make it where, since you already went, you can just walk Kerry Carpenter. I don't think there's any sort of hesitation from Dan Wilson here. And if he doesn't walk Kerry and allows him to get a hit, he's living in cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs land at that point. Can't do that. So top 12, 2 outs. Tigers had no outs. Runners at first and second, and they might leave everybody loaded. The old Tigers threaten but do not score. Can't have that right now. That would be absolutely shameful. Kerry Carpenter, and they have an open base. So I really just don't think he messed around here. He is 4 for 4 in this game with 3 singles, a walk, and a home run. And he will get a second walk. So that is the greatest stat line I've ever seen, but it will leave it up to Gleyber Torres, who is clutch. He's got to come through with 2 outs. Bases loaded, top 12. So Carpenter reaches base for the 6th time straight unintentional walk. Gleyber Torres, bases loaded, 2 outs. That is a dotted slider in toward the hands. Make it 0-1. Gleyber, can you please come through? That is what all the Tigers fans are hoping for in Detroit. 0-1. 97. Eagle eye from Torres. Could have gone either way. Makes it 1-1. How's Cooper Hopkins feeling now? And I imagine you'd say the same thing to me if Seattle wins it. Now, this is tense. Torres falls it straight back at 95 on a sinker, and we will keep things in the rocking chair. Again, I already said I'm not working Saturday as far as covering again. I got stuff at home, but Sunday will be an off day as well. I'm going to need this to rest the voice. I'm starting to feel it. We are in the 12th inning after all, a solo call. 1-2 against Gleyber. He will use his disengagement. In the regular season, with the bases loaded, he had 2 grand slams, 5 for 6 double, 15 RBI with the Tigers, with 2 grand slams with the Yankees. Pitch number 8 for Bizarro. This would be one hell of a job, as Logan Gilbert gave up 2 singles, and he could shut the door. 97. Tigers don't come through. They had runners at first and second with no outs. We go bottom 12. Mariners can win it again.
From blind to bright, Detroit's transformation is built block by block. 25,000 abandoned houses removed, 13,000 homes restored, 30,000 lots reimagined, and 6,000 Detroiters becoming homeowners. The Detroit Land Bank helps turn housing dreams into real addresses. Because when people can access opportunity, they create change. The Detroit Land Bank, lots of opportunity.
When life knocks you down, it helps to know someone's in your corner. At Blue Cross, we never stop supporting you with access to the care you need to keep moving forward. Every step, every challenge, it all adds up. For 86 years, we've shown up, stood strong, and had your back. Because at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, your fight is our fight.
The next chapter about your performance is here. With Quattro all-wheel drive, you can feel. Interiors refined to elevate every line. One thing's clear. Performance never goes out of style. Visit your Audi dealer today for this 2025 Audi Drive Premium for $549 a month.
The name of our firm matters to us. It's my father's name and his father's name too. But why should it matter to you? Because every day we put our experience to work for our clients, and our experience pays.
Get the Bernstein advantage.
No better lawyers. 5 times pitching in the last 7 days.
So Leo Rivas, the last time in the 7th, tied the game. Has a chance now in the 12th as Montero's got to go back out there for Detroit. They've left so many guys on base. Again, in the 12th, they had runners in first and second with nobody out, so you get the bunt over and you don't score. That's just absolutely rough. And Seattle's got to win this game at this point. 0-2, swing and a miss on the knuckle curve for Rivas to Montero. Not sure who's left in the bullpen for Detroit, as we talked about that AJ would use of leverage. 9 runners left on base for the Tigers. 0-2 against Leo Rivas. And we'll see what we get next. Get the sign from Dylan Dingler. 82 could have been called on the knuckle curve, but a good eye from Rivas. We'll keep it going. It'll be Victor Robles and JP Crawford, 8-9. It's gone so long on the Xfinity side, the rest are still watching. Yes, this game's still going. 86 toward the hands will be followed straight back. Again, normally, for anyone that is not familiar, it's just 9 innings, but as you get through it here, I've called 16, 17 inning games before. I've had one be a solo call that was about 4.5 hours, and I had no voice for a couple days, and I'm going to make sure to keep it that way for the next couple anyway, because we're not covering any more games until start of next week. 96 up top, 2-2, way outside. I just don't feel very good now, considering where this game is. If you're a Tigers fan, if you're Seattle, again, it's been tense, and you're kind of wondering, that's typical Mariners not coming through, but you got to feel confident in the way that this game has gone, because the Tigers can't get out of their own way. They keep shooting themselves in the foot. Knuckle curve misses. It's a full count against Rivas. It would be pretty miserable to be a Tigers fan to be in this same spot the last 2 years and lose in the DS, but they really only got themselves to blame. 84 misses. And Rivas has a leadoff walk. He's had himself a fine ball game off the bench. And I do agree with my former Oakland Press colleague and Dan Fenner to have Jahmai Jones not be someone that they use off the bench at this point would be absolutely inexcusable. I think he's 100% right, because he can absolutely mash any on the side for lefties, and he could have got a piece of Montero. So all they're going to try to do now is the throw over from Montero gets away from Torque. Are you absolutely kidding me? That is going to give an extra 90 feet now for Leo Rivas for no reason, and he's at second base. Mercifully, if you're a Tigers fan, you could just say get the game over with. But Montero goes to throw over for Rivas, and he throws it away. I can't believe what I'm saying. But I also think about Melton and Montero, even though that is a mistake for Montero. I just can't blame them that much. Here's a bunt. It hit Robles. They're going to tag Robles. We'll see what we get. I'm a little confused here. It hit him. So how is he going to be out? It hit him on the hands. Did he attempt the bunt? If he attempted the bunt and got hit by it, AJ Hinch could argue. It doesn't look like he's arguing that much. Dan Wilson would be a little more hot. I don't think Dan Wilson's going to argue that much. He should be on first, right? You would think when you get hit by a pitch, you automatically get first. But if he offers at the bunt and gets a piece of it, they could say it's a strike. So the ball looks like it hits the bat and then hits his fingers. It hits the bat first. That should be a strike. Even if it hits Robles and really hurts him on the hands, that's going to be a double whammy. I think AJ Hinch probably is going to win this challenge. It hit the top of the bat before it hit his finger. It should be a foul ball, and that should be a good challenge for AJ Hinch. So it's going to keep Victor Robles at second, or Leo Rivas at second, and Victor Robles at the bat rack. The umpiring crew admittedly is taking a long time to review this, but AJ Hinch immediately came out of the dugout just to see, because it's big at this point in the game. Even if you lose your challenge, you're in the 12th, and there'll be runners at first and second. And now they're starting to pull over just to make sure what they want to call. Dan Wilson's going to come back out to the top of the step and talk to the officiating crew. But AJ Hinch has nothing to lose here because if that one's definitely going to hurt Robles, he'll just go back to first. Otherwise, it'd be first and second, no outs. The same situation Detroit had in the top of the 12th, but did not score. AJ Hinch is going to lose his challenge. Victor Robles gets hit by a pitch. So Leo Rivas at second, Robles at first. And the Tigers were in this same spot in the top half of the inning, did not score runs. And now it certainly seems like all Dan Wilson's got to do is bunt the runner over to third and then get a fly out and win this ball game and go to the ALCS. I know I should sound more excited, but it's also been a long game on a solo call, and it is against my own team. But these are just opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. J.P. Crawford shows bunt, but it's a fastball high. We're going to go back to the top of the order in a moment, but it certainly looks like the Seattle Mariners are going to do the Detroit Tigers in. Runners are first and second, no outs. Here's the bunt for Crawford, doesn't have to show it, and Montero misses. It's 2-0. This would be an absolute shame for the Tigers, although their team is not as good as last year. They would lose in the same spot, in the same moment from a year to date. 2-0. Off the plate. 3-0 now against Crawford. And if they walk in, the bases will be loaded with no outs. And the Mariners could walk to the ALCS. 3-0. It's a strike called against JP. He can't believe it. He will dig back in. That was a ball. Incorrectly called by Alan Porter. I guess nicely flamed by Dingler. 3-1. He's going to show again. He does not get it down. And from 3-0, it's 3-2. JP makes a key mistake there. He could still bunt with 3-2, but if he gets a strike and follows it back, that's an out. The longest tenured Mariner wants to come through here, send his team to the ALCS. I know Cooper Hopkins ready to celebrate. I can commiserate, but again, I'm not expecting the Tigers to advance. 3-2. Montero gets the sign, delivers. JP, fly ball. This will not advance the runners. Riley Green is Rivas stuck at second. AJ Przinsky said he would have kept the bunt on, and JP Crawford slams his helmet as he goes back to the bench. He is hitting hard. I've seen him slam it 7 times. If the Mariners don't come through here after the Tigers were in the same spot, you think these teams will just ring around the rosy in misery at that point? I mean, my God. Randy Arozarena toward his legs, fouled back. This would be inexcusable on both ends. I really wish Cooper Hopkins was in on this call just to tell me what his thoughts are if his team doesn't come through, because you can't make it up. 0-1, 1 out. Arozarena, back to Montero. This is going to be a double play. Are you absolutely kidding me? The Tigers get a double play, and we will go to the 13th.
If Jerry knew football the way Tom Brady knows football, he would in no way be able to handle it. Tom Brady knowledge is 10 pounds of football in a 5-pound bag of Jerry.
Come on, Larry. You gotta look off the safety before when the safety rotates down. Just rip the seam.
Nobody knows football
Come on, we do better.
like Tom Brady.
It's not that hard.
An incredible night of first. Oh my God! This is High Stakes Plus Wednesday, where legends are born. You have made history tonight, and just when you think you know the floor, it is an entirely new day. Now, 99 speeds.
Really hoping it wouldn't have to come down to us. There's tension out there.
3 players' $1 million dreams come down to a photo finish.
What happened? Everyone got done at the same time.
Only 99 speeds after the floor. Wednesday on Fox. Leo Rivas got aboard, and it got to second base on a Montero error. A pickoff attempt. This controversial call. Called a hit by pitch on the field. Not enough evidence to overturn the replay. Crawford could not get a bunt down. Instead, he flew it out to Riley Green for the first out of the inning. And then back to the top of Arozarena. Montero reduces the 1-4 lead to the play. And we are still playing ball in Game 5. To the 13th inning we go. Key defensive plays by both teams in the 12th. And here's Riley Green against Pizarro. Low fastball taken by Green for ball 1. Over 4 tonight, but was intentionally walked in the 11th inning. Ball 1 from Pizarro to Green, and this one's fouled back. I can't believe it, ladies and gentlemen. We're still playing. It's the 13th inning. Both the Tigers and the Seattle Mariners had runners at first and second with no outs in the 12th and do not score. We are still tied at 2. Luis Castillo, who probably would have been the Game 1 starter on Sunday against the Blue Jays if they would advance, has to pitch now as we get to the 14th inning. I think Pizarro is going to get the 13th. That's if Seattle doesn't score, but that's what's left. 1-2 for Green. 95. He did get a piece of the sinker. That was in the strike zone high, but it is 1-2. I think by the time we get to the 14th, I'm just going to type in on X and help, please. I don't know how much longer I can go. I don't know how much longer these teams can go. Green 1-2, and oh my goodness, Riley. Are you kidding me? Swinging and missing on a pitch. You could have hit that one with a garden hose. It is 1 up, 1 down, top 13. I mean, that is absolutely terrible. And when I think about it across the next couple of years, how do you pay Riley Green big time money when he does that? I know he just strikes out too much. They got to refine something. Torque, 82, will be in foul territory, go past Naylor safely across the netting. Torque has struck out 3 times. Bullpen comparison, it's been pretty darn good. 7 1/3 for Seattle, 4 hits, 1 run, 6 for Detroit, 1 run. Derek Skubal has been gone since the 6th inning. We are in the 13th. 0-1 against Torque. 96 is dotted from Edward Pizarro. Make it 0-2. Some of these Seattle fans can't look. I think the Tiger fans probably feel the same way. I'm just wondering when it's going to end between these two at this point. This is getting ridiculous, especially considering Seattle's offense and what they have. Did not offer Torque, and he will wait back on a 1-2 as the slider missed the plate down and away. Jonathan Worthy at T-Mobile Park in downtown Seattle, Washington. It's the site of Game 5. Who's going to win it? 95, high and outside, make it 2-2. Now, I will say this is the first time I mentioned this throughout the broadcast. The Blue Jays winning on Sunday, I have to imagine they're going to win Game 1, maybe Game 2 outright. They got a huge advantage in best of 7 because these teams
are going to be absolutely gassed. Their bullpen is completely used up. Their starters are completely used up. And you would have to think that the Blue Jays can walk into the World Series at least with a 2-0 leverage in the ALCS. No disrespect to the Tigers in Seattle, but that's the situation you find yourself in, especially if you're Seattle going into the 14th, if we get there, that they got to use Luis Castillo because he was likely going to be the starter on Sunday. 2-2. Get the sign from Raleigh. This one high, just outside. Could have been strike 3. And Torkelson goes from 0-2 to 3-2. Colt Keith 0 for 4. You gotta wonder if you're ever going to use Jahmai Jones. Torque takes strike 3. He doesn't like it, but it was the call and it was right there. I have no issue with it. Bizzardo trying to go 6 up, 6 down from the 12th and the 13th. Colt Keith's still in. He doesn't want to go 0 for 5. At this point, you need a solo shot if you're Detroit. It's the only other way you're going to manufacture runs. I just can't believe the tightrope's going to end out at some point. You'd think Seattle's going to win in the bottom half of the inning. Inside on a sinker and make it 2-0. Zach McKinstry would be next. Again, Javier Baez is really the only other guy I think that can come through in a leverage, but that would take the 14th if we even get there. Colt, 94 and a sinker, a little bit up top toward the middle of the box. Make it 2-1. This has been an absolutely crazy game, and it looks like we're destined for another 3-2 finish, just like it was in games 1 and 2 in Seattle when the teams had split. They split at Comerica. That's why we're in game 5 as well. 95 is right there into the hands. Make it 2-2. Bizzardo has a chance to get the first 6 outs in the 12th and 13th and give Seattle yet another chance to walk it off. Slider a little low, blocked by Kel, and it's a full count. We'll see where we are admittedly on the side of the order for the Mariners, but I believe it's the Raleigh, Rodriguez, Polanco side. They will use the disengagement as Bizzardo will get some new seams on that baseball. Longest game by innings in postseason franchise history for the Tigers. So they've never been in the 13th. That's where they are now. We'll see how long it's going to be with the same core. You would think Torque and Green will still be here for a long time, but how much will they make in the future is the question. And will Chris Ilitch spend? Because if he does, this Tigers team could make the postseason and flirt with the ALCS for quite a long time. Because the AL Central is usually up for grabs. 3-2. On the black dotted, Keith sits down. Bizzardo does the job again. And we go to the 13th, striking out the side. Raleigh, Rodriguez, Polanco due up.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that opens up a world of possibilities. With Venture X, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. And turn all of your purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, get premium benefits and a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
As an official sponsor of the NFL, Jersey Mike's wants you, Eli Manning, to be our new spokesperson.
I'm in. I love Jersey Mike's. Hold on. Jersey Mike's new spokesperson? You're stealing my job. I don't want to steal anything. Lies. Eli. I just love these subs. You'll be here for my lawyer. Here, Jersey Mike's, a sub of 85. A sub of fun. Harbor Freight tools to get in better time. That's
price at Harbor Freight. Unbeatable deals right now at Harbor Freight's parking lot sale. Don't miss out.
So I've just updated it and I've looked at the time on YouTube. We've been streaming for almost 4.5 hours. This game is still going. We are in the bottom of the 13. Both teams had chances to win the game. They had runners on first and second with no outs. And the 12th did not come through. And now you got 2, 3, 4 in the order. Raleigh, Rodriguez, and Polanco have a chance to walk it off one more time for the Seattle Mariners. When I asked who wins and advances the LCS, we've had 6 votes. All of you have taken the M's. I don't think anyone expected the game to go this long. This is where I officially get nervous. Jack Flaherty comes out of the bullpen for Detroit. Game 3 versus Seattle went 3 1/3. He lost that game, and now he's in the 13th. As Cal Raleigh went for a slider, went for the downs and missed it all. It is 0-1. Now I've turned off, again, I have it on the other side of the tab, but the ESPN part of the box, just in case Cal hits a tank here, and that is a little bit early from my call. So we're going to do this again in real time as we've done. 1-1 as he misses on the knuckle curve. It's hard to believe this game has been going on for about 4.5 hours. 1-1. Not close on a slider. Make it 2-1. Jack Flaherty being used in the 13th inning. They've gone to Logan Gilbert from the 10th to the 12th, and then mixed him with Bizzardo from the 12th to the 13th in Seattle. And now Jack, you would think, if they get to the 14th inning, probably still comes out and pitches again. And then maybe Mize. It's all hands on deck here for whatever's left. Kiner Montero's day is done. Tigers' bullpen has been terrific. It's more than you could ever ask for them. And Seattle's done their job as well. Somebody's got to win this ball game. 3-1 is another knuckle curve missed. Raleigh, he went for it again, and it was 3-2, but he missed it low. Full count against Cal as we play on in the 13th inning. We're going to need some Gatorade. High draws the walk, and it will be Julio Rodriguez. Now, Cal Raleigh does run well, especially for a catcher. He's got that JT Realmuto speed. Probably puts him on a 55 of 100 percentile. So he is a threat to go should he want to. Julio Rodriguez will get set to dig in. He has struck out, I believe, 4 times in this game. We'll get you the official numbers when we get to the story. hopelessportsguy.wordpress.com. But it's 3 strikeouts, fly-out, ground-out, so I gave him one. Tigers fans are hoping for another one. Knuckle curve misses low. Raleigh's at first. Hit the walk. 96 dotted on the outside black, making 1-1. Jack Flaherty has spent some time with the St. Louis Cardinals, LA Dodgers, and now in his second tour of duty with the Tigers. Does not offer on a slider. Down and away. It's 2-1. Appreciate you guys that have jumped in between the YouTube side. I know it hasn't been as busy because I imagine a lot of you are listening to watching the TV or listening to the radio, but getting the practice in for myself. Spiked in the dirt on a slider, not close, 3-1. And the Mariners could have the same situation they had in the 12th with runners on first and second and no outs in the 13th. What more can you say that's left to be said? Rodriguez takes a huge cut, and he was led on a fastball. It's a full count. If he honestly strikes out for a 4th time, my jaw would be on the floor. Chance of Julio echo throughout the ballpark. Does not offer on a fastball. Back-to-back walks from Jack. And the Jack in the Box looks like it's showing its face right now. You've turned that dial a couple times. Does not look good. But again, that's why I asked, who else does AJ have left to go to? He's not using Rafael Montero because he couldn't even get an out during game one. And now Jorge Polanco's got a chance to win it. In the same spot in the 12th with runners in first and second and no outs that's granted them in the 13th. Seattle's got to come through here. There's no more excuses. Polanco takes his dig out, digs in. Flaherty, not close on a knuckle curve, and the wheels have got to be turning, but I imagine for AJ, there's no one getting warm in the bullpen. Chris Fetter is getting on the phone. I don't think he's going to have enough time. Fastball outside. Jack, please throw some strikes. It's 2-0. Seattle would take a walk-off walk. They don't care at this point. It's runners in first and second and no outs. Polanco down the line. It's foul. It was also caught by a fan, so that would have been some talking by AJ. I took an extra second. This one is indeed foul, and then snow cone by the fan. 2-1. Tigers get another breath of life as that one was just foul. It would have won the ball game for Seattle and advanced into the ALCS. Still no outs. Knuckle curve. Polanco admittedly does not swing. It's 2-2. Who was this in the bullpen? It's Tommy Kahnle, Mr. Changeup Man, starting to get warm for Detroit. Flaherty. He's riding that Ferris wheel. It's 3-0, or 3-2, excuse me, with no outs. Bases loaded, threatening with no outs. And Detroit is on life support. 0-4 is Polanco. You would be hard-pressed to think he'd go 0-5. Flaherty needs a punch-out, more so than even a double play. Polanco fouls it back, and we will keep it going. We are 3 minutes away from the 4.5-hour streaming mark of this game. Unbelievably, I still have a voice, but I think the 3 cough drops have helped. 3-2. 94. This is given a look courtesy of the Kinstream Green, but it goes safely over the netting. 2-2's been your scoreline since the 7th. We are on the bottom of the 13th with no outs. And Seattle's in the same spot again they were in the 12th. Have to believe they're going to come through here. Jack Flaherty needs a punch out. Swing and miss for Flaherty! And that is 1 out for Detroit, but they still need 2 more. The knuckle curve, he's out in front of it. And the Tigers are starting to get a little more life as Jack finally gets the first out after a couple of walks. If you're a Seattle fan right now, as much as Detroit, you've got to be scratching your head and just hoping someone comes through. Wow, Suarez gets the call. It is 1-0. That should have been a slider strike, but to be fair, Flaherty has been all over the plate for Alan Porter to call a strike. 87 down the right field line and fouled on the same spot a couple of pitches ago from Polanco. Is somebody going to score? That's the question here in this bottom of the 13th. John, I'm here with you on the call, watching this ALDS game on Fox locally in downtown Seattle. Suarez tries to be flamed there by Dylan Dingler, but does not get it from Flaherty. What is going through the mind of Gino? He could have been a Tiger. It's his second tour of duty here with Seattle, as my stream now cuts. Unbelievable. Are we kidding? I'm looking at the YouTube side, and that looks like it's still going. Let me see that if we get a reset on the side here. If Suarez wins the game and I can't call it, I'm going to be mightily upset. What do we have on the ESPN box? Right now we got runners at first and second with 1 out. And it looks like I need to reload the feed. Are we kidding? Let's try again. My feed is not loading, ladies and gentlemen.
In comedy and American.
So channel 7 is working. But Fox will not load. I got enough time here. It looks like it just went to the 13th, a double play. I'm going to unplug this and plug this back in. My apologies. There's really nothing I could do there. It just locked up. I think that's because the channel has been on for so long that they imagine the game still would not be going, but it is. We're going to go to the 13th. It's McKinstry, Dingler, and Meadows. I'm going to try to get this done as quick as I can here and load this back up. And then we'll give you an update as soon as I can. So immediately as I'm loading back up this feed, I think it went so long that it just kicked me out. It is Bizzardo back out there against Zach McKinstry. It is 1 strike. It looks like Suarez hit into a double play, which took us into the 14th. So we do got the feedback up. It was Suarez that hit into a double play. And as we press on, Bizzardo still out there right now. This would be his 3rd inning of work. You've got to imagine now that the Tigers could at least push back if they can get some hits, because he's got to be exhausted. 95 up high, make it 1-2. 1-2 is the count from McKinstry against Bizzardo. This one is toward right center field, but that is where Julio Rodriguez is. 1 up, 1 down to begin the top of the 14th. Luis Castillo still getting warm. Dan Wilson is elected to go to Bizzardo again. And we will see if anyone comes through for the Tigers. It'll be Dylan Dingler and Parker Meadows still up to go in the top of this inning. And Seattle still gets last at bats. They're at home. So we will press on until somebody scores a run. A 97-mile-an-hour inside sinker on Dylan Dingler makes it 0-1. Don't see many bullpen arms go 3 innings, especially not long leverage bullpen arms. Dingler down the line. This is fair. This is going to be a double for Dylan Dingler, and the Tigers might be in business. Parker Meadows has got to come through here. Big double for Dingler. It's been a while. This one way outside the zone. And if I'm Dan Wilson, you might even be thinking now for Luis Castillo because Bizzardo has got to be already at the end of his rope. I'm sure he already is. As we're in the top of the 14th. We even saw Jack Flaherty able to get a double play, get out of it in the 13th. And now Meadows will send it back, make it 1-1. We said this in the 11th. We said this in the 12th. We said this in the 13th. Runners left on the pond, and that's what they've been. It's still been 2-2. We've stayed that way since the 7th. 1-1. High on a sinker. Misses. It's 2-1. Parker Meadows, if he doesn't come through, he'd be 0 for 6. I wish the double play is not in order, and Javi Baez would be next. 2-1 is the count leverage for Parker. If he could come through, it would also be speed on the bases, and it would surely score Dylan Dingler, who's got pretty good speed for a catcher, even on a single. We'll get another meeting on the mound from Cal. Let's do this. Let's do this again. It's getting late here. 2-1 is the count. Parker Meadows and Bizzardo. Meadows swings and misses on a slider that was right there, but it is 2-2. Can somebody score a run? That's what everybody's thinking right now. But if you paid hundreds of dollars for your seat, you've been treated to a very weird game, but a very good one. And Parker Meadows is going to take strike 3. I don't know what he's looking at there, but he's going to go grab some pine. And that will leave it up to Javi Baez. That's right there, high and in. That's right, definitely in the zone. And Bizzardo does it again. If you're telling me Edward Bizzardo is going to get 9 outs, you will build this man a statue if you're a fan of the Mariners. Bizzardo's day could be done. It'll be Luis Castillo. He's going to go slider heavy against Javi. Or maybe they'll go to Jahmai Jones. But that would take Javi out of the shortstop spot. But this is his moment. We'll take a break. It is top 14, 2 outs. Mr. Genji, how are you?
I just got off work. honest. I gotta be honest, man. I am cooked.
I don't have much of a voice left. I'm struggling.
Well, considering that your team and neither your team or my pick to win this round have been able to close the deal yet, we're both struggling here.
I'm going to say this honestly. I bet you're going to agree, but I just want to say it. Advantage Blue Jays, correct?
Oh yeah, because these two teams are the resources, and I don't know how many days off they have.
Just till Sunday.
Oh good God! Yeah, I mean, there's no argument. Advantage Blue Jays.
Yeah, I would have to think that the Blue Jays are going to take the first two games in the series, regardless of whoever they play. So I'm going to get back into the official call here. Both teams, 9 runners left on base. Between the 12th and the 13th, there was runners on first and second for no outs. Once for the Tigers, twice for the Mariners, and still no runs scored. But now you're going to go slider heavy with Castillo against Javi Baez. The first relief appearance of Major League Baseball career for Castillo. Again, he went 4 2/3 in game 2, but you got to imagine sliders all day against Javi. He does have one double, 96 on the outside black. Again, his double in the 6th, then Kerry Carpenter with a tank. That's the Tigers' only 2 runs in the 6th. Leo Rivas tied in the 7th. Josh Naylor essentially got them a run in the 2nd. And now this has popped up. We will go to the bottom of the 14th. If the Tigers do get to the 15th, they have Kerry Carpenter. Naylor, Rivas, Robles, 6, 7, 8. We'll come right back. Yeah, my apologies again if I don't talk as much throughout the break. It's been a solo call. And if we get to the 15th, I might send a message to Cooper and say bullpen ? Because I might need the help at that point.
Hey, you know what? Look, man, I'm cooked. Right now, Fridays are always terrible when it comes to the hotel business. But I'm going to stick this out with you, my man.
I appreciate you, Ian. That is big ups. We will go through it. The longest call I had, I believe, was 2 years ago when the Guardians won a game in the 16th inning. We're getting very close to that. We're in the bottom of the 14th right now. I don't want to say anything disparaging towards Seattle in comparison to the Tigers, but when you have runners at first and second, the 12th and 13th with no outs and you don't score, I just don't know how you don't come through. And
the Mariners are trying so hard to lose, and the Tigers are somehow matching that energy. It is a pitcher's duel when it shouldn't be a pitcher's duel.
Yeah, I can't say it any better, Ian. You're exactly right.
And considering the fact, didn't the Tigers get a runner to third in extras?
They did as well and couldn't come through. That was in the 12th, I believe.
Yeah. At some point, you gotta wonder, where is the kill shot gonna come from?
Yeah, either way, it looks like we're going to have another 3-2 game. That's what it was in the first, in game 1 and game 2. That's what it looks like we're destined for. Somebody's just got to hit a solo shot. That's all I can see in this game.
And you'd like it to be your Tigers, but honestly, John, when games go this long, at this point, you're
We just want to see somebody win this ball game. Yeah.
Just please, there are no ties in baseball.
I mean, I'm going to ask Rob Manfred if this goes any longer that they can just make this game go to tomorrow because I need some rest. Josh Naylor double, 2 singles. You go ahead.
You know what? Look, it's gimmicky as all heck, but at this point, can we just do the 3-player home run derby real quick? Get this over with.
Well, it's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of like Kyle Schwarber, right? I mean, he made that look academic. 0-2 on a couple knuckle curves that were missed by Naylor, but he's one that can absolutely end it. He's been 3 for 5 in this game, and 94 straight back. If I would have told you that Jack Flaherty was going to come out for the 13th and 14th inning, you would think something went categorically wrong, but here he is. And then you got Luis Castillo on the 15th if Flaherty gets through this. So that is where we are right now. Bizzardo got 9 outs for Dan Wilson on the other end.
He is your ALDS MVP. I know they don't have that, but they should. And that is Bizzardo.
Yeah. He threw about 38 pitches in and got 9 outs. And this is a weak little dribbler from Naylor. And he gets the out at first as Flaherty, and that will bring it up to Leo Rivas. Again, it was a birthday for the 28-year-old. He tied the game in the 7th at 2-2 with an RBI single. It's been 7 innings later. 87 on a slider, misses down and away, making 1-0.
Does Rivas have home run power?
I don't believe that he does, Ian. He doesn't have enough of a track record yet. 2-0 is the count for Rivas, as they just showed Kyle Finnegan on the Fox side. He was the last one to give up a run. That was in the 7th. Kyle Finnegan went just 2/3 of an inning. 2-0. Rivas, 85, another slider. That one caught the outside black a little bit low. Make it 2-1 as the crowd starts to boo, but it was right there. Now, Jack has been a little wild, admittedly, as this first couple of innings have pressed on, but he really is the last line of defense. 93 is dotted. That was the best pitch of the game so far for Jack as he works his way back in the count. It's 2-2. 94 on the fastball. Victor Robles would be next. He's got 1 hit. J.P. Crawford's 0 for 5. That's unlike him. There's not been a ton of hits in this ball game. A lot of ducks left on the pond. 9 on both ends. Swing and a miss. Jack Flaherty gets him with a knuckle curve, and that will leave it up to Victor Robles. That one was about a foot low.
At what point do they send out the position?
Let me ask you this. I think it's a little weird. I know you just got back there, Ian, but you're familiar with the Tigers as much as I'm familiar with the Royals. A.J. Hinch has not gone to any of his pinch hitters. They still got Jahmai Jones, Winsell Perez, Jake Rogers. You would have to think when you're getting to the 15th inning, you're probably going to use one.
I think he's hoping that the starters can knuckle this one out so that he has someone so he has fresh bodies to field. That is my only guess as to why he hasn't gone to the end.
That might be a good one. That's about as good as anything I was going to offer. 2-0 inside the kitchen of Robles. 3-0, not particularly close on any of these pitches. Again, J.P. Crawford would be next. It's 2 outs, bottom 14. Ian Gingy thankfully has joined me as we go bottom 14. Winner gets the Jays. And Robles will take an obligatory walk. So runner
Honestly,
at first.
I gotta be honest, John. If you're Flaherty, just go. Yeah, I was gonna say, just go ahead and walk Robles, because he has been one of the only productive Mariners in extra innings so far. At least anything that's been worth a darn. So just take your chance on with Crawford. Has Crawford gotten a hit today?
Not today. He's 0 for 5, and he's definitely much better than that.
Oh.
0 and 1 as you get a strike on a knuckle curve. Crawford does not offer. We'll see if Robles wants to even think about stealing. There's a tenuous lead at first. Flaherty taking some time to deliver the fastball, and this is upstairs, 1 and 1. We're still in downtown Seattle, Washington. It's ALDS Game 5. Winner go home. Winner gets the Blue Jays on Sunday. Gotta believe the Blue Jays are heavy favorites at this point. Big swing and a miss on a knuckle curve. Nothing but air for Crawford. Make it 1 and 2. Flaherty 1 strike away from going to the 15th inning. Chants of JP, but the chants are getting shorter and shorter. These fans are getting tired, just like I am. And now Dylan Dingler will step out from the crouch to talk to Jack. And Ian, I will say this. Cal Raleigh has given up the first pass ball of the season in this game, but it is 2-2. Dylan Dingler, the only catcher in baseball now this season to not give up a pass ball.
Cal Raleigh gives up a pass ball. That should have been the moment your Tiger should have struck.
Absolutely right, because it's something that doesn't happen. 1-2 pitch against Crawford. Robles goes, throw for Dylan Dingler. He's a dead dog. He is out. Dylan Dingler hoses him. We'll go to the 15th.
Oh my God. I feel like I'm in Wonderland. The Cheshire Cat is talking to me. We're all mad here.
I'm calling it. I'm calling my shot now. Kerry Carpenter is going to win this. I know it's got to go bottom 15. Kerry Carpenter in this game has reached 6 times. 2 walks, 3 singles, and a 2-run home run. Tigers are going to win it in the 15th.
At this point, look, I'd love the Mariners to go, but at this point, it's like, just win. Win and save whatever bodies you can, because the Blue, I mean, let's face it, John. No matter who wins this, the absolute war these teams have had.
Yeah.
This game has cost them dearly.
Yes, both teams.
So the Blue Jays will come out and just probably nuke whoever it is. Either way, I just hope Milwaukee beats the Cubs in solid fashion, and then they go on to beat the Dodgers in the NLCS. Because no matter what, if the Brewers get to the World Series, it's going to be something different regardless.
How are your picks doing?
Well, Blue Jays went. They were 1 game shy of sweeping the Yankees. I said the Dodgers would survive one more round against the Phillies, just not in the way that it happened. I have no words as to what happened.
No.
I had the Mariners going to the ALCS, but honestly, I don't know anymore. And I want Milwaukee. Please live up to your potential. Don't do what you always do.
Strike 1 from Castillo to Kerry Carpenter. He is 6 for 6 reaching base today, but now he's up against it 0-2 as he fouls back a slider. 3 singles, a 2-run tank, a walk, and an intentional walk. Even in a loss, again, as if that happens, Ian said you don't have any ALDS MVPs. You got to give it to Kerry Carpenter. I can't ask for any more. 0-2. 95 up top, misses. and it's 1-2 against Carey. He's the one guy you really can't mess with at this point, and we'll see if they can get him out. And he swings and misses on a fastball up top. It's the first time Kerry Carpenter has been retired all day. He was a threat to go 7-7.
I was going to say, if you're Castillo, just don't bother. It's like Major League. Forget the soft stuff. Give him the heater.
Yeah, you had to. And Gleyber Torres has also struck out a couple of times in this game, which is uncharacteristic to him. And Castillo, I mentioned it alongside with Ian, he was probably going to be Sunday's starter, but what are you going to do now? You already also used Logan Gilbert. You might have to go Luke Weaver, and I'm not sure if Brian Wu is available, if he's injured or not. Otherwise, it'll be Wu on Sunday.
Wait, Luke Weaver? I thought he was with the Yankees.
Or which Weaver is it? Because there is a Weaver on the Seattle Mariners. Is it Bryce Miller? I think Bryce Miller maybe.
I believe you're thinking of Bryce Miller.
Yeah, Bryce Miller might be the starter on Sunday because I don't know if Wu is injured or not. But it's definitely not going to be Castillo, and it's not going to be Gilbert. 2-2 is the count leverage against Torres. He's 0 for 5. See what Castillo does here. 3-2 as a slider, not close. This would be pitch number 12 for Castillo, his first ever relief appearance. It was the same for Gilbert to start the 10th. Gleyber Torres down the line. It is foul. I thought it almost hit the pole. I had to wait a moment. He was a hair's breadth from giving the Tigers a 3-2 lead in the 15th. Trying to look at this here, it was a slider that Torres went with, and he was, for a fraction of a few baseballs across that line. He was eyeing the pole, but it was too far. Full count. Castillo gets a sign from Raleigh. 97 again. We'll go straight back in amongst the screen. John Under with you alongside Ian Genji. This has been a game that seemingly feels like it's never going to end. It has been 2-2 since the 7th. We are in the 15th. Torres, jam shot from Suarez, and 2 up, 2 down to begin the top of this 15th.
Look, all you can really hope for at the end of this game is that it's decided by the swing of a bat and not a Jerry Meals calling the runner safe when he's obviously tagged out.
Riley Green pops up on the first pitch. Can his postseason please be over in terms of what he hasn't shown? We will go to the bottom of the 15th. Castillo does his job, and we'll see what awaits. Crawford, Arozarena, Raleigh.
John, I know you're fading. I know you're struggling. Good Lord. Look, I don't have a TV in front of me, but keep commentating, and I don't know if you've seen the Lord of the Rings movies. I will Samwise Gamgee this and carry you to the top.
Yeah, I feel like, how do I want to put this here? I've given all the energy I possibly could, and I just need someone to lift me that extra mile to get through it because the longest game I've called, again, was about 16 innings. We've been together alongside with Alec and Cooper for, 4 OT games when Matthew Tkachuk got a couple winners against the Carolina Hurricanes, but this is close, so I'm feeling it right now.
Alex said he wouldn't be able to make it, and you know what, buddy? I don't know if you're watching right now, but John Ryan Ott is putting together a performance that would make Vince Scully blush.
You are way too kind, Ian. Thank you. I definitely don't deserve that compliment, but I will take it. I just want to see the game end again. I know it's gonna feel bad for either myself or for Ian's pick or for Cooper and the Seattle Mariners, but I can't imagine what Cooper's going through right now because if I'm being honest, I did not expect the Tigers to advance anyway. Not along the wild card. I thought they'd get to the DS. I thought they'd win the division, but I thought that they would lose in the DS. So I have no expectations for the Tigers to get to the next point. But let's face it, the Mariners had all expectations to get to the CS.
But Mr. Hopkins is probably he's well, without the literal garments, he's probably reenacting the straight jacket emoji of Stewie.
Yeah.
Just rocking back and forth.
Because wasn't there a game, and I don't want to throw the nail into his coffin, but wasn't there a game that was like the 17th that was won by the Houston Astros a couple of years ago? I mean, they've had some miserable postseason games, and this would be one of them if they don't win it. The change-up god, Tommy Kahnle, is going to go ahead and throw some pitches for Detroit. Now, AJ normally would go to him quickly, but he's not been the same pitcher over the last 3 months. So this is why all hands on deck. He's in the bottom of the 15th. They're close enough, I guess, from Alan Porter. That changeup was a ball, but J.P. Crawford will take it for a strike. It's pretty much changeup fastball. That's all you're going to get from Tommy Kahnle. Crawford would go 0 for 6 if he doesn't hit today. And it's a changeup, misses way outside and low. It's 2-1. We would flip back to the top of the order and Randy Arozarena and Cal Raleigh after this. 2-1. Big cut on a fastball. He was late. He was going for the downs. Make it 2-2. A rare fastball from Tommy Kahnle, the former Yankee. Make it 2-2. Again, Alec and I called that he threw about over 70 straight changeups last year in the mix of the World Series when they lost to the Dodgers. 2-2. J.P. Crawford will not split Kerry Carpenter, but he will get a single. And the first man is on. And the bottom of the 15th for J.P. is now 1 for 6. Randy Arozarena loves the postseason, and it is time for him to come through. And I called it in the 15th that somebody was going to win. I was obviously going for the Tigers, but you got to believe that the Mariners will get their job done now. There's no way they can let this go any longer. And Tommy Kahnle's propensity to get hit. Randy Arozarena also 0 for 5. And he gets hit by the pitch by Tommy Kahnle, and the first 2 runners are on. Just like it was in the 12th and the 13th, the Tigers are in desperate trouble in the 15th. Runners are first and second, and A.J. Hinch cannot believe it. You can't walk Cal Raleigh here to load the bases for Julio, so you got to go right after him. He could win the game right now, Cal, the other MVP. 94 was right down the middle of the plate, and Raleigh took it for a strike. Single, an intentional walk, and a walk. MVP chance, Serenade Cal. Kahnle, first 2 on, no outs. Down low on a changeup, make it 0-1. Try not to look at that ESPN box, and I'm going to click away from that because it's a little bit ahead of my call. I don't want to spoil anything. 1-1. Kahnle gets the sign from Dingler, a big deep breath. 94 popped up. It is 1-2.
Fresh out the grease.
Kahnle desperate for a punch out or a double play. Bottom of the 15th inning. JP at second. Arozarena at first, no outs. Raleigh loops it to Parker Meadows, and Crawford going to go. The throw cut off, it got away, but JP not far enough. He'll be stuck at third. Runners at first and third. JP is the winning run. I take that back, second and third. Both of them move up.
Mariners, I swear.
Julio Rodriguez has struck out 4 times today. There is 1 out for the Tigers with runners at second and third. And is AJ threatening to do the intentional walk? He is. Bases are loaded. They got an inning double play a couple of innings ago in the 13th with Jack Flaherty. Now they need one in the 15th with Tommy Kahnle. They're going to try to get to the 16th. Jorge Polanco is going to play hero. He's 0 for 5 as well. A walk for 7th and a run scored. Here we go. Tommy Kahnle, pitch 11. Big cut on a changeup. He wanted the fastball. Make it 0-1. 326, no grand slams for Jorge with the career with the bases loaded. He was 4 for 10 this year. Great numbers average-wise. All it takes is 1. Even a walk would win it for the Seattle Mariners, as it's 1-1 for Tommy Kahnle to Polanco. Bases juiced, 1 out, tie ball game at 2. We could get 3 straight 3-2 games at T-Mobile Park. Cooper Hopkins wants his team to go to the ALCS. We just want a winner at this point, Ian Genji and I, because I'm tired, even though it is my own team. 2-1, knuckle curve miss. Winning run everywhere. All it takes is a single or a walk. Polanco, 2-1. Kahnle, this is foul down the first base line. It was ripped, but it's 2-2. Deep breath again. I'm starting to feel tingly here. Maybe because I'm hungry as well. It's been a minute. 2-2. Gary Carpenter getting a camera shot. Arozarena at second, JP at third. Ball 3. It is 3-2 with no place to put him, and here we go. If you're Polanco, are you auto-taking with 1 out? Kahnle's got to throw a strike. Polanco wins it, and the Mariners are going to the ALCS.
Oh my God. John, sir, thank you for your service to this community. You are a warrior and a trooper. I'm not even going, look, I'm not even, I am not even celebrating the Mariners winning. I am celebrating this absolute marathon that you have put on solo for most of it. Sir, round of applause for you. Congratulations, Mariners, for making it to the ALCS. Now, please, I understand you're depleted, but surprise me.
Thank you, Ian, for all the kind words. It definitely means a lot, and it gives me a lift in a game like this. It's rough as a Tigers fan, but again, I didn't expect much. The Mariners, it's the first time they get back there since 2001. This is the best team they've had since then. As Ian says, surprised me. I think Cooper's thinking the same thing. Look, everybody outside of Canada is going to be rooting for the M's. It's been a long time coming for them. As we mentioned, in between Suarez and Josh Naylor, they put this team together to do this type of thing. Alec, I'm going to bring you in for these comments as well before we get set to close. It was rough for me, but I think I called it fairly. Ian can attest to that. And this was an epic ball game. I appreciate getting a chance to talk to you gentlemen before we close it out completely.
Oh, what did we even witness, John? The game of the year?
It's got to be. This is going to be the best postseason game that we're going to see all the way through. And you and I called, especially when you had that game-winning call for Freddie Freeman in that grand slam to win Game 1 of the World Series for the Dodgers against the Yankees. This was even better than that.
Dude, I'm in shock. There's a 15-inning epic of tremendous proportions in which it was a pitching duel back and forth at this ballpark. A third 3-2 final score at T-Mobile Park, and Jorge Polanco has done it again. And I have to say, I gotta tip my hat to the Tigers for making this a battle and a series. A team that thought would be dead to rights.
Yeah.
It just beat the Guardians in the wild card series, and they took on the Mariners, one of the top World Series contenders this year, and made this a 5-game series. It was entertaining back and forth. The better team won in the end.
Yeah.
And both teams deserve this game. It's unfortunate when one of them has to lose, but what an epic. The pitching was excellent. Struble was excellent. The Mariners' bullpen was excellent. And who could have predicted Luis Castillo would be a hero coming out of the mound?
Let me ask you this, Alec, before I get the heck out of here. And again, I appreciate the kind words and also give the full congratulatory marks to Cooper and the Seattle Mariners and everything else. But I asked Ian this a few innings ago. Game 1 of the ALCS is going to be played Sunday. The Toronto Blue Jays have got to be chomping at the bit because whoever won this is going to be absolutely depleted. And you would have to imagine the Blue Jays have the advantage in the first 2 games of the series, do they not?
Well, Toronto has to be smirking to themselves after watching this instant classic of a game. And perhaps whoever they send out, most likely going to be Kevin Gausman. But considering that Seattle's going to be gassed after this epic, you figured that Toronto will have the advantage coming into Game 1. But Houston, they had more rest in Game 3 when they beat the Mariners in that 18-inning classic.
Right.
Because it was a sweep. So they were better prepared going up against the Yankees that year. But this time, Toronto's more well-rested, while Seattle, I feel, heading to Toronto, fatigue may be a factor for them in that Game 1. But that doesn't mean they aren't prepared.
No, because I'm wondering in between like Bryce Miller, because you've used Logan Gilbert, you've used Luis Castillo. Both of them could have started Sunday, and then where do you go from here is the question. But all that matters right now is the M's advance. They haven't been to the LCS since 2001. They take a final score every single game at T-Mobile Park was 3-2. This was one of the best games I've seen in a long time. I know there was a lot of ducks left on the pond, but unbelievable stuff. I'm glad to be able to take a break. I'm going to be out for the weekend because I got to save the pipes. I will catch you guys next week, and I appreciate both of you gentlemen joining me in for the post game. You guys take care, okay?
Take care, John. Hope to be back for some more baseball.
Absolutely. That's your final, guys. Mariners win 3-2. They advanced to the ALCS for the first time since 2001. It was tough for the Tigers, but it's probably their best hope at that point. I think they can get better again next year if they spend the money. That's all I talk about. Also, congratulations to Cooper. I'm sure we'll text back and forth. See you guys next week. Peace.